Chosen one. Heaven has stopped you on purpose. You have felt its doors closing, plans stalling, dreams that once burned, now suspended in air. It's not that you lost your way, it's that heaven pressed pause. You are not being punished. You are being positioned. The silence around you is not abandonment, it's divine orchestration. Right now, everything seems quiet, even heavy. But that is because heaven is rearranging your atmosphere. You are standing in the center of a holy stillness, where destiny is being rewritten in your favor. Listen carefully. This pause is sacred. You can't rush it. You can't push it. Every delay that frustrates you is secretly a hand of mercy guarding your next move. God saw what you couldn't. He knew that if you had moved when you wanted, you would have entered rooms not meant for your anointing. This divine pause is not rejection, it's refinement. You are being fine-tuned, like an instrument before a great symphony. Every chosen one must pass through the stillness before the surge. You may feel invisible right now, but heaven knows your name. Angels are assigned to your timeline, holding back what's not yet aligned. The silence is not empty, it's pregnant with purpose. Heaven is not ignoring you, heaven is preparing you. This is the prelude to divine acceleration. When God says, wait, He is really saying, I'm working. And you've been trying to move, but every attempt meets resistance. Plan collapse, conversation dry up, people disappear. It's because heaven will not allow movement outside divine timing. You can't move openly yet, because your next move will shake kingdoms. The moment you step forward prematurely, the enemy would sense the vibration and try to sabotage it. So, heaven covered you in silence. You are hidden under divine stillness, so that no enemy radar can detect your next rise. Chosen one. The world sees delay. Heaven sees design. There is a difference between waiting and being withheld. You are not waiting for God. He is waiting for you to quiet your spirit, to stop striving, to trust His sequence. Every chosen soul must learn to rest in divine pacing. The pause is part of the promise. The stillness is where strength is born. The voice of heaven does not shout, it whispers. And you can only hear whispers when the noise dies down. Right now, you are in what feels like a standstill. But spiritually, a massive alignment is taking place. Heaven is aligning resources, people, and opportunities behind the curtain. You may think nothing is happening, but the unseen realm is alive with motion. Your name is being spoken in rooms you've never entered. Destiny helpers are awakening in distant places, stirred by divine instruction to find you at the appointed time. Do not despise this stillness. It is holy ground. Beloved, the temptation in this moment is to act out of fear. Fear tells you you're running out of time. Fear says, move now or lose it all. But the Spirit of truth whispers, be still. Heaven's plans are never late, they are perfect. This pause is proof that you are too valuable to be rushed. God is guarding your destiny like a lion guards its cubs. You cannot step forward until the signal comes. You cannot reveal your vision until heaven opens the door. And you will know when it's time. The atmosphere will shift. The same silence that surrounds you now will tremble with the weight of divine permission. Until then, stay hidden. Stay obedient. Stay listening. This is not procrastination, it's preservation. You are not stuck, you are being stationed. Heaven's silence is not punishment, it's strategy. The same God who told the winds to be still is now speaking the same to you. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old. Psalm chapter 46, verse 10. Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. Chosen one. Breathe deeply. Heaven has not forgotten you. This is your cocoon moment, where transformation is unseen but unstoppable. You are being reshaped in silence so that when you emerge, the world will see a version of you that only heaven could craft. Do not resist the pause. Don't break out of the process. Wait for the signal. Chosen one. Breathe deeply. Heaven has not forgotten you. This is your cocoon moment, where transformation is unseen but unstoppable. You are being reshaped in silence so that when you emerge, the world will see a version of you that only heaven could craft. Do not resist the pause. Don't break out of the process. Wait for the signal, because in this stillness, heaven is writing your next chapter with golden ink. Every unseen tear is a seed watering the soil of your destiny. The Lord is perfecting what concerns you. Even in the moments when you feel forgotten, what feels like emptiness is actually incubation. Heaven hides its treasures until the appointed hour. And you, chosen one, are one of those treasures. Right now, you may not understand why you had to lose certain people or opportunities, but heaven does. Some were never meant to go where you are going. Their exit was protection, not punishment. God removed what would have drowned you later. The pause forced separation so that you could learn what dependence on divine direction truly means. Now, if your spirit bears witness that this word was for you, if you feel that stirring inside, that quiet, knowing then, type below the number 777 as a prophetic act that you choose to trust heaven's timing. And while you're here, subscribe to this channel. Share this message with another chosen one who's been waiting for their signal, and let them know heaven is still in control. Your silence is not wasted. Your stillness is strength. You are not being delayed. You are being prepared for divine release. Chosen one. The stillness that surrounds you now is not emptiness. It is divine incubation. Every whisper of heaven is hidden beneath this quiet, shaping the next version of you that must arise before the movement comes. You keep wondering why everything has slowed down, why your spirit feels heavy, why doors that once swung open now remain sealed. But listen closely. This silence is sacred. You are not stuck. You are being steadied. You are not overlooked. You are being overshadowed by divine purpose. In the hidden stillness before the shift, God does his deepest work. He is not working through noise or chaos right now. He is working in your waiting. Heaven moves in whispers, not in shouts. And only those who quiet themselves enough can perceive the preparation. What looks like delay is actually design. What feels like suspension is actually protection. The stillness before your shift is where heaven rewires the soul of the chosen. You are being stripped of the old rhythm that no longer serves your calling. The noise that once defined your days must now die away. For the next season demands silence, patience, and divine awareness. The stillness before the shift is the refining fire no one talks about. It burns away impatience, pride, and fear, leaving only surrender. When everything pauses, God begins to carve your faith into something eternal. Chosen one. Have you noticed how heaven closes every option until you have no choice but to listen? That's not punishment, it's alignment. The Father knows that if He let you run with your own plans, you'd sprint ahead of His timing and miss the deeper glory. So He slows you down. He allows quiet to replace chaos until you finally recognize His voice again. In the waiting, the Spirit retrains your instincts. You are learning to trust divine timing rather than visible signs. There is a sacred rhythm in heaven. And right now, your spirit is being tuned to that rhythm. You are learning to walk in harmony with heaven's pace. Every delay you resist now will become the very thing that protects you later. The stillness teaches you the difference between movement born of fear and movement born of faith. Heaven does not hurry. The divine clock never ticks in panic. You must learn that same holy calm. Look back for a moment. Remember all the times you tried to move before heaven gave permission. Each time, the outcome fell short or ended in exhaustion. You were not wrong to desire progress, but you were too early. The blessing wasn't denied, it was deferred until your maturity caught up with your calling. This is what the stillness does. It matures your obedience. It forges your character to withstand the weight of glory that is coming. Heaven's silence often feels like abandonment, but it is the highest form of attention. God doesn't ignore His chosen. He invests in them secretly. He hides them where no one can see, so they can learn to see Him clearly. Hidden stillness is where you stop chasing signs and start hearing the signal. This is where you realize that divine timing isn't a clock, it's a command. You don't move when you want, you move when heaven speaks. Chosen one. Every great shift begins with invisible surrender. Before you can carry divine fire, you must first be emptied of your own flame. The stillness before the shift is where that emptying takes place. You are not losing passion, you are losing distraction. God removes the unnecessary noise so that His voice can echo without interference. You are learning how to discern movement not by sight, but by spirit. That's why everything feels quiet. Heaven is training your senses for accuracy. When you look around, it may seem like others are advancing while you are standing still, but comparison is the thief of alignment. Your timeline is not theirs. The stillness before your shift is your secret advantage, not your disadvantage. While others move in haste, heaven is building depth in you. When your signal finally comes, your move will carry weight, not noise. The slow season is never wasted. It's where the roots go deep. There is a moment in every chosen life where heaven presses, pause, not to punish, but to prepare. It feels lonely because it isolates you from distraction. It feels heavy because you are carrying unseen glory. But if you stay faithful in the stillness, you will emerge unshakable. The shift cannot come until the stillness has finished its work. Right now, the heavens are silent, not because God has forgotten you, but because the next instruction requires your full attention. This is the stage between revelation and release. Here, every action must be led, not assumed. Every step must be spirit-directed. If you move without the signal, you risk walking into battles that heaven never assigned to you. The stillness is heaven's way of holding you until it is safe to advance. There will come a moment when the silence breaks, when you feel the air itself change around you, when something in your spirit stirs and you just know. That is the shift. But until then, the stillness must do its perfect work. It teaches you that divine timing is not about convenience, it's about consecration. Only those who endure the quiet become carriers of divine fire. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Isaiah chapter 30, verse 15. In quietness and in trust shall be your strength. Let that truth settle deep in your spirit. Your strength is not in striving, it's in surrender. The hidden stillness is heaven's classroom where warriors are trained in silence. When the time comes, your movement will not just be progress, it will be prophecy fulfilled. So remain still, remain steady, and let heaven finish what it started within you. Chosen one. Have you ever wondered why heaven sometimes goes silent right after giving you a glimpse of purpose? You receive revelation. You see the vision clearly. And then suddenly, nothing. No confirmation. No progress. No open doors. The silence feels like confusion. But it's not. It's strategy. Heaven's silence is not rejection, it's redirection. When the divine goes quiet, it's because God is speaking through stillness, not speech. This is where faith graduates from hearing to knowing. In this sacred silence, God watches how you respond when the instruction is incomplete. Anyone can obey when everything is clear, but only the chosen obey when nothing makes sense. This is the difference between the crowd and the called. You are not just being tested, you are being trusted with silence. Heaven's strategic silence is the pause between the command and the confirmation. It's where the Spirit observes your heart posture. Will you still trust when heaven doesn't explain itself? Will you keep walking when you can't see the path ahead? Faith isn't proven in noise, it's proven in quiet. The silence is not absence, it's an invitation to intimacy. Chosen one, you must understand this. Silence from heaven is never void, its volume hidden in mystery. Every unanswered prayer, every unreturned sign, every moment that feels forgotten is part of the orchestration. Heaven is testing your trust before releasing your triumph. When you pass the test of silence, you prove to heaven that your obedience is not transactional, it's relational. Some of your greatest revelations will come wrapped in quiet. You may not hear words, but you'll feel shifts. You'll sense heaven redirecting your steps, closing some doors while quietly opening others. It won't be dramatic, it will be divine. The silence forces you to lean not on sound, but on spirit. You see, if God told you everything too soon, the enemy would overhear and intercept it. That's why heaven sometimes covers you in mystery. Silence is protection. What feels like heaven withholding is actually heaven shielding. You've been hidden behind quiet walls because your next move carries too much weight to be exposed prematurely. This season, heaven is teaching you a new rhythm of listening. You are being trained to detect divine whispers in ordinary moments, to know that even when the skies seem empty, your name is still echoing through heaven's corridors. That's why it's dangerous to interpret silence as absence. The king is still on the throne. He is simply working behind the curtain. The silence also reveals the idols of the heart. When the noise fades, you see what truly governs your faith. Do you worship clarity more than the Creator? Do you trust outcomes more than obedience? These are the questions heaven asks when it stops speaking aloud. The chosen must learn to love the giver even when the gift is delayed. Chosen one, if you are hearing nothing right now, that's because heaven is shifting how you hear. The frequency is changing. You are being elevated from instruction to intuition, from words to witness. The Spirit is tuning your soul to hear the heartbeat of heaven itself. That's not absence, that's graduation. Heaven's silence isn't meant to break you, it's meant to birth you. Every prophet went through it. Every chosen vessel endured it. Even Jesus himself faced divine silence in his darkest hour. Yet, he trusted the Father's plan beyond explanation. You, too, are in that holy tension where heaven seems silent, but destiny is screaming in the unseen. Do not despise this silence. It is proof that you are trusted. Heaven only hides from those it intends to reveal in glory. You are walking through divine quiet because what's coming next demands stillness, not speech. Stay in alignment. Don't fill the silence with fear, fill it with faith. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, 2 chapter 4, verse 18, "So we fix our eyes not on what is seen, but on what is unseen. Since what is seen is temporary, but what is unseen is eternal." This is the heart of heaven's silence, teaching you to trust what cannot yet be seen. You are learning to move by spiritual radar, not natural sight. That's what separates the chosen from the comfortable, while others need confirmation. You walk by conviction. Now, pause and let this truth rest upon you. The silence you're in right now is holy ground. Heaven is not ignoring you, it's investing in you. The next sign will come when your heart is quiet enough to recognize it. If this message speaks to your spirit, type below, "I hear you, Lord." Let those 4 words be your declaration of faith, a signal to heaven that you will trust, even in the quiet. You may not hear the voice right now, but heaven hears yours. Your obedience in silence is the loudest worship of all. Chosen one, you have entered the waiting room of glory, a space between what was promised and what is possible. It is not a punishment, it is a divine classroom. Here, heaven teaches you the weight of patience, the beauty of endurance, and the power of surrender. Everything may appear motionless, but in truth, this is the hour when the deepest transformation happens. What you cannot see yet is that heaven's silence is forming your substance. The waiting room of glory is not like any ordinary pause. It is where your roots are forced to grow deep enough to sustain divine elevation. In this room, you are stripped of illusions, purified of motives, and refined until only purpose remains. Every delay is a chisel, every quiet night a hammer, shaping your destiny into perfection. God cannot place crowns on fragile foundations. He strengthens the vessel before he fills it with glory. Chosen one. This waiting is sacred. It is not the stillness of inactivity, but the stillness of divine gestation. Like a seed buried in the earth, you are hidden beneath layers of time and circumstance. But the hiddenness is not the end. It's the beginning of growth. You are in the soil of heaven's making. The silence above you is not rejection, but covering. The earth must remain closed until what is planted inside you takes form. You have been asking, when? Lord, when will the promise come? But heaven answers not with a date, but with a process. The waiting room is God's reply to your impatience. He is not delaying your blessing, He is developing your backbone. The anointing you carry must be matched by the endurance to sustain it. If He gave you everything you asked for too soon, it would crush you instead of crown you. The waiting is proof that you are meant for weightier things. Every great assignment is born in stillness before it moves into sight. Moses waited in the desert. David waited in the fields. Joseph waited in the prison. Each one was prepared in isolation before stepping into manifestation. You are no different. The waiting room of glory is where heaven hides its generals until the war demands their emergence. That's why everything feels so quiet. It's heaven's training ground. You are not forgotten here. You are being inspected. Heaven looks closely at how you handle the quiet before it hands you the command. Will you worship while waiting? Will you stay faithful without recognition? These questions echo through the unseen realm right now. Every sigh, every tear, every whispered prayer is being recorded. The angels are watching, not to judge you, but to measure your readiness. There's a rhythm to this room. It slows you down enough to make you notice what truly matters. The distractions that used to occupy your thoughts begin to lose power. You start seeing through the illusions that once blinded you. In the waiting room of glory, you begin to see life through heaven's eyes. You realize that what you thought were delays were actually shields, barriers placed by divine love to keep you from harm. Chosen one. Waiting is a language of trust. Each day, you choose not to give up. You speak a wordless prayer that heaven understands. God doesn't just see your patience, He treasures it. In a world that worships speed, you have chosen surrender. That makes you rare. That makes you chosen. This waiting also burns away false dependencies. When everything slows down, you can no longer rely on people or circumstance to sustain you. The only thing left is the presence of God. You discover that His silence is not a void, but a voice that speaks through peace. When you stop resisting the process, the waiting becomes holy. You start to sense heaven moving, even when nothing changes around you. The waiting room teaches discernment, knowing when to move and when to rest. If you rush, you'll step outside. Divine synchronization. If you wait too long in fear, you'll miss the signal. The Spirit trains your heart to feel the subtle pulse of heaven's timing. You begin to recognize divine nudges, not through external noise, but through internal knowing. This is what it means to walk with God, moving not by sight, but by synchronization. Chosen one. Do not mistake stillness for stagnation. Still waters run deep, and so does your transformation. Every time you choose peace over panic, you advance spiritually. Every time you stay faithful in the quiet, heaven adds another layer of strength to your soul. You are not wasting time, you are investing it into eternity. One day soon, you will look back and see that the waiting room was the birthplace of your strength. You will thank God for every unanswered question, every door that took too long to open, every night you thought He was silent. Because in truth, He was never silent. He was sculpting your spirit for the weight of glory that now rests upon you. As was written in the book of Lamentations, chapter 3, verse 26, "It is good that one should hope and wait quietly for the salvation of the Lord." Now, let this verse echo in your heart. The waiting is good. The silence is sacred. The pause is purposeful. Heaven is not testing your patience, it is proving your readiness. You are standing in the holy stillness before your unveiling. And soon, when heaven opens the door, you will understand why you had to sit in this waiting room so long. The glory you carry is worth the wait. Chosen one. There comes a sacred point on every divine journey where heaven whispers one command: be still. It is not a command to freeze in fear, but to flow in faith. When God says, "Be still," He is not asking you to stop moving altogether, He is asking you to stop striving. The command to be still is the call to release control and trust that heaven has not forgotten how to lead you. Right now, you may feel the weight of uncertainty pressing against your chest. You've prayed, fasted, and waited, but nothing seems to shift. You've wondered if maybe you missed the sign, if maybe you should have moved already. But the truth is deeper than what your eyes can see. Heaven's timing is weaving something intricate threads of glory that will one day form the tapestry of your testimony. Chosen one. Imagine a great orchestra. Each instrument must wait for its cue. If one moves too soon, the harmony collapses. You are one of heaven's instruments. God is conducting the symphony of your destiny. And right now, He's asking you to rest in rhythm. When the time comes, your note will echo through eternity. But not before the conductor raises his hand. The pause is not punishment, it's preparation for perfect harmony. You may see others moving, rising, succeeding, and think you've fallen behind. But the truth is, your rhythm is divine. Some flowers bloom in spring, others in late summer. The rose does not envy the sunflower. Both are radiant in their season. Your stillness is not failure, it's faith in motion. Heaven is cultivating beauty in your hiddenness, depth in your delay, and strength in your silence. God is saying, don't force open the door. I've locked for your protection. Some doors are sealed, not to deny you, but to preserve you. You cannot see the storm that lies on the other side, but heaven can. You are being shielded, not stalled. The waiting you endure now is the wall between you and premature exposure. The command to be still is heaven's way of saying, let me prove I am God in your story. The noise of fear, the rush of comparison, the ache of waiting, all these are waves meant to test your anchor. Yet, those who trust in the Lord will not be moved. Stillness is not weakness, it is warfare in disguise. When you stop striving and start trusting, the enemy loses his grip. You've been trying to fix things, to make sense of delays, to figure out how to push forward. But some battles are not won by action. They are won by surrender. The greatest move you can make right now is to stay still in faith. The silence around you is not empty. It's full of divine activity. Heaven is building bridges you cannot yet see, connecting you to promises not yet revealed. Chosen one. The command to be still also means, rest in my love. Let the anxiety fall away like dust in the wind. Trust that your name is still written on heaven's palm, even when you can't feel progress. Purpose is forming within you. When the time comes, the same God who told the wind to hush will tell your destiny to rise. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 37, verse 7. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for Him. Do not fret when people succeed in their ways, when they carry out their wicked schemes. Do you see it? Beloved, even David, the warrior king, the man after God's own heart, had to learn to wait. The stillness before the signal is not punishment. It is divine proof that you are trusted with time. The Lord is orchestrating moments that will only make sense when the curtain rises. And now, if this message has touched the quiet corners of your soul, if it has reminded you that you are not forgotten but carefully guided, then I want to speak to your heart with gentleness. Every word I speak, every message crafted here, is meant to strengthen the chosen ones scattered across the earth. If this message has poured light into your stillness, would you consider helping it reach others? You can do this simply by sharing this word, by subscribing so you never miss another divine reminder, or by supporting the mission so that heaven's voice can keep flowing through these messages. Think of it like planting a seed in good soil. Every act of generosity waters a voice that awakens others. Maybe you cannot preach on a stage, but by sharing this, you become part of heaven's echo. Maybe you cannot travel to nations, but by supporting this mission, your faith travels through every word spoken. This is how the body of Christ multiplies light, one act of obedience at a time. Chosen one, your time of movement will come. For now, rest. Let stillness be your song. Trust that heaven sees the posture of your patience and is preparing the stage for your unveiling. Do not fear missing the sign. When heaven is ready, you will not be able to miss it. The wind of divine purpose will carry you forward at the exact moment your heart is ready to move. And when that happens, every waiting season will make sense. Every tear will turn to oil. Every silence will become a sound of triumph. For now, keep your soul quiet before God. The same stillness that feels heavy today will soon be the peace that crowns your tomorrow. Remember, heaven's pauses are never permanent. They are bridges between revelation and release. Your obedience in this stillness is your offering of faith. And faith never goes unnoticed in heaven's courts. So breathe. Beloved, chosen one, stay still, stay surrender. The signal is coming, and when it does, you will move not in haste, but in harmony with heaven itself. Chosen one. The whisper has already begun. Heaven rarely sends thunder when a whisper will do. The next movement in your life will not come with loud announcements or dramatic signs. It will come softly, through subtle alignments that only those tuned to the Spirit can perceive. Heaven's signals are never hidden from you. They are hidden for you. The only way to catch them is through discernment. This is the moment where your spiritual senses must awaken, where you must learn to recognize heaven's hidden signal. You've prayed for open doors, but the Lord has been sending clues instead. That nudge in your spirit, that inexplicable peace when you think of a certain direction, that sudden restlessness when you consider the wrong path, those are not random emotions. They are heaven's fingerprints. God has not stopped guiding you. He's simply shifted his language. You are now being called to hear through stillness, to see without sight, to move by sensing heaven's pulse within you. Recognizing the hidden signal is the mark of spiritual maturity. When the Father trusts you with silence, it means he believes you can read his rhythm. The next sign won't come in flashing letters. It will appear in alignment. That coincidence that keeps repeating. That number that follows you. That moment when everything suddenly feels too precise to be accidental. Those are signals. Heaven doesn't send chaos. It sends confirmation wrapped in patterns. Chosen one. Heaven is teaching you to discern difference, to tell the distinction between noise and signal, emotion and instruction, desire and destiny. Many people miss their sign because they expect it to look impressive. But God's voice often arrives disguised as simplicity. Elijah learned this truth when the fire, the wind, and the earthquake passed, but the Lord was not in any of them. Then came a still, small voice. The same stillness that surrounds you now is not emptiness. It is communication in its purest form. Your discernment is your new weapon. You must protect it. That means being cautious about what you allow into your atmosphere, what you watch, what you listen to, whom you speak with. The more noise you allow, the harder it becomes to hear the signal. Heaven speaks to quiet souls. The Spirit whispers to minds uncluttered by constant distraction. This is why God sometimes isolates you, not to punish you, but to amplify His voice. Do not confuse isolation with loneliness. Isolation is incubation. The caterpillar doesn't die in the cocoon, it transforms. You, too, are inside a divine cocoon, where heaven teaches your spirit to hear in new frequencies. The voice of God is not always external. Often it vibrates within the heart. When your spirit is in sync with His, you will notice divine interruptions, moments when time seems to pause and your heart whispers. Pay attention. Those are not coincidences. They are signals. Chosen one. When heaven sends the next sign, it will not confuse you. It will confirm you. There will be peace. Not panits. You won't have to force it, beg for it, or chase it. Divine signals flow in harmony with peace. That's how you'll know it's from God. Anything that breeds anxiety is not divine direction, it's deception. Heaven's signals come with calm clarity. To recognize them, you must stay sensitive. The more you spend time in prayer, worship, and silence, the sharper your discernment becomes. The Spirit of God doesn't shout to compete with your distractions. He waits until you choose stillness. The sign you are waiting for may already be here, hidden in the ordinary, cloaked in peace. Heaven's language is subtle, but it always speaks to those who listen with reverence. Chosen one. Heaven is not late, it is layered. Every instruction you receive now connects to something greater later. The signal you're sensing today is part of a pattern heaven started years ago. Nothing about your life is random. Every heartbreak, every delay, every divine redirection has been coded into your destiny. When you finally see the full picture, you'll realize the signals were guiding you all along. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 33, verse 3. Call to me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things which you do not know. No, this is heaven's promise to you. When you call not out of fear, but faith, heaven answers through revelation. The next sign won't be a mystery to your spirit. It will feel like recognition, like something inside you saying, "This is it," because deep down, your soul already knows the voice of its creator. The sheep know the shepherd's tone. When heaven speaks again, your entire being will recognize it. Until that moment, protect your atmosphere. Keep your spirit uncluttered. Choose silence over noise, prayer over panic, surrender over striving. Every day you wait in stillness, heaven draws nearer. You are learning to live not by visible evidence, but by divine awareness. When others panic at uncertainty, you will walk in peace, because you've learned heaven's rhythm. And when the signal comes, it may be a dream, a divine encounter, a sudden idea, or an unshakable peace, you will know. The moment you obey it, the world will shift around you. What was locked will open. What was dark will illuminate. Heaven will move through you like wind through leaves, effortlessly, powerfully, beautifully. So stay watchful. Beloved, the signs are already circling you. Heaven has not forgotten your name. You are in divine radar, guided step by step toward what was written before you were born. And when that quiet confirmation rises in your heart, mark the moment heaven has spoken. Now, as you read this, if your spirit feels that sacred stirring, if something within you whispers, "This is for me," then type below the number 1111 as a prophetic acknowledgement. Let it be a symbol that you are awake to heaven's hidden signals, ready to recognize divine whispers in every moment. This isn't superstition, it's synchronization. When you type that number, you are not performing magic, you are agreeing with heaven. You are saying, "I choose to listen, I choose to notice, I choose to trust." For those who listen with open hearts, the signals are everywhere. Heaven is still speaking. Chosen one, do not despair when doors do not open. You must understand something profound about divine timing. Every closed door is a message from heaven. It may look like denial, but it is actually direction. When God says, "Not yet," He is saying, "Not this way." Every lock, every delay, every barrier that stands before you right now is not meant to block you, it is meant to build you. Closed doors are heaven's filters. They protect your purpose from contamination. The Lord allows rejection to redirect your feet toward preservation. What you call delay, heaven calls design. What you interpret as failure, heaven interprets as formation. The closed door in front of you is not the end of the story. It's a reroute towards something safer, deeper, holier. There are doors you begged God to open that would have destroyed you if He had said yes. There are relationships, jobs, and opportunities that you thought were essential, but heaven saw the traps beneath them. So instead of giving you what you wanted, God gave you protection disguised as disappointment. The closed door is not your enemy, it is your guardian. Chosen one, you must stop taking every no personally. Heaven is not punishing you. Heaven is preparing you. There is a sacred difference between rejection and redirection. Rejection says, "You are unworthy." Redirection says, "You are too valuable to waste here." Every time a door closes, the Spirit is whispering, "This path does not hold your destiny. You cannot afford to grieve what was never meant for you." Think of the closed doors as divine checkpoints. God uses them to test your trust. Will you still praise when the door stays shut? Will you still believe when every attempt fails? This is where faith grows its wings, in the hallway between closed and open. The longer you stand in that hallway without complaining, the stronger your spirit becomes. Heaven builds endurance through waiting. You are not locked out, you are being rerouted. You may not see it yet, but the rejection you face now is saving you from a future pain. God closes doors, not only to protect your path, but also to preserve your peace. What looks like loss is actually mercy in motion. The door that refuses to open is the same one that would have led you into storms you weren't built to survive. Every no is a wall, but also a whisper. It says, "Not this way, beloved." Heaven knows the terrain ahead, the unseen traps that lie beyond your sight. What you call unanswered prayer is often the Father's quiet way of saving you from yourself. He has heard every request, seen every tear, and still said no, because His love is wiser than your desire. Chosen one, have you noticed how sometimes when a door closes, something inside you finally exhales? At first, you resist. You knock. You plead. You insist it must open. But when heaven doesn't move, a strange peace begins to settle. That is the Spirit's confirmation that the closure was divine. Peace is heaven's signature. Even when the loss feels sharp, peace whispers that you are exactly where you need to be. Closed doors teach obedience. They train your spirit to move only when the signal is divine, not emotional. Many times, the wrong door will appear easier, faster, or more logical, but divine doors rarely make sense. God's paths are often hidden behind impossibilities. He lets the wrong doors close so that when the right one opens, you will recognize its holy weight. There is power in waiting at a closed door without forcing it open. Patience is your proof of trust. When you choose to stop banging on a door that won't move, heaven begins to align a new one behind the scenes. That's why some seasons feel silent. Heaven is building something greater while you learn to let go of lesser things. Chosen one. Even Jesus faced closed doors. There were towns that rejected him, people who refused to hear his words. Yet he never forced entry. He simply moved on, saying, "If they do not receive you, shake the dust off your feet. You must do the same." Some rejections are sacred exits. Do not stay where heaven has already left. Remember that closed doors don't define your worth. They refine your wisdom. Each time one shuts, you grow sharper, more discerning, more attuned to divine direction. You begin to see that what once hurt you was actually helping you. Every disappointment carries a hidden deliverance. The enemy's trap was disguised as opportunity, but heaven saw through it first. Chosen one. Right now, you may be standing in front of something that refuses to open, a job that won't progress, a dream that seems paused, a relationship that has drifted away. You keep asking why. The answer is simple: because that is not your door. The right one won't require begging. It will recognize your anointing. When heaven opens it, no man will be able to close it. So, stop grieving what God has already sealed. Stop staring at a door that no longer carries your name. Your destiny is not behind what closed, it's waiting behind what's next. The sound of the latch that refused to move was heaven's hand turning your direction. You will thank God later for every unopened door. We are reminded through the words in Revelation, chapter 3, verse 7. What he opens, no one can shut, and what he shuts, no one can open. These words are not merely a comfort, they are a covenant. God holds the keys to every door in your destiny. No human hand, no demonic interference, no earthly resistance can override his timing. When he closes, it's protection. When he opens, it's promotion. Therefore, walk in peace. The door before you is not silent, it is speaking. It says, wait. It says, trust. It says, something better is being built. Every closed opportunity is a signal to shift your focus upward, not outward. When heaven is ready, the right door will open without effort. Until then, hold your posture. Keep your faith steady. Stay anchored in obedience. Closed doors are not dead ends, they are divine redirections. Every refusal you face is a reminder that you are being refined for greater responsibility. The same hand that closed this one will open another when the hour strikes. So, lift your eyes. Chosen one. The hallway you're standing in is not a tomb, it's a transition. The next door is closer than you think. Chosen one. Before every true door of destiny opens, there will always appear a counterfeit. This is a law of the spirit realm, an ancient strategy of the enemy designed to lure the chosen away from divine timing. The counterfeit door is glitter without gold, opportunity without peace, motion without meaning. It often comes when you are weary of waiting, when your faith feels stretched thin, when your heart begins to whisper, maybe this is close enough. Oh, the counterfeit opportunity is dangerous because it looks right but feels wrong. It speaks your language but not heaven's tone. It mimics what you prayed for, but lacks the signature of divine peace. The enemy cannot create, so he counterfeits. He imitates the appearance of blessing to pull you into entrapment. But the Spirit of God has trained your discernment for such moments. You will know the difference when you slow down and listen not with your ears, but with your spirit. Chosen one. The counterfeit often comes first. Before the real one arrives, the false one will test your patience. It may flatter your emotions or align perfectly with logic, but it will never rest easy in your spirit. That uneasiness you feel, that slight tension in your heart when something looks too perfect, that is heaven's alarm system. The Holy Spirit will always warn His chosen before deception arrives. You are not blind. You are being taught to see beyond appearances. The counterfeit door demands rush. It pressures you to act quickly, to decide immediately, to seize the moment before it disappears. But divine doors never rush you. They wait for your peace to align with purpose. God is not a God of confusion or coercion. If it requires anxiety to keep it, it is not from heaven. The counterfeit always exposes itself through chaos. The real door, however, moves with calm clarity. It won't demand. It will draw. It will not manipulate. It will manifest. It will not confuse. It will confirm. Heaven's opportunities carry the fragrance of peace. They don't just fit your desire. They fit your destiny. That is how you tell the difference. When your spirit exhales, you've found the real. When it tightens, you're facing a test. Chosen one. The enemy knows your language. His to these your longings, your wounds, your prayers. He doesn't tempt you with what you hate. He tempts you with what you hoped for, just slightly twisted. The counterfeit door will offer the shortcut, the easy path, the opportunity that skips the waiting. But heaven's road, though narrow, always leads to glory. The enemy's path, though wide, always ends in loss. The counterfeit promises convenience. The real requires consecration. It is during the waiting season that the counterfeit feels most tempting. You may say, maybe God sent this because I've waited long enough. But discernment must be your anchor. Never trade your promise for premature comfort. The wilderness is better than compromise. The counterfeit door may lead you out of discomfort, but it will also lead you out of destiny. Remember, the enemy offered Jesus the kingdoms of the world. If he would bow once and Jesus refused, you must do the same. Chosen one. One of heaven's greatest gifts to you is divine unrest. That uneasy feeling that keeps returning is not fear. It is discernment trying to protect you. Do not silence it. Listen to the tug inside that says, something is off. That tug is your guardian angel pulling you back from counterfeit promises. Sometimes, the counterfeit opportunity comes disguised as a person. They may speak well, look sincere, and appear divinely sent, but their spirit carries no light. They mirror your passion, yet drain your peace. They talk about destiny, but ignore purity. Their words sparkle, but their motives hide. The spirit within you already knows they are not your assignment. You are not being called to save them, but to stay separate. Holiness is your protection. Other times, the counterfeit appears as a quick success, a sudden rise that feels too easy. Be careful. Heaven builds through endurance, not shortcuts. The counterfeit path will offer you the throne without the cross, fame without foundation, progress without process. But what is birthed outside of obedience will always die outside of protection. Chosen one. Remember this truth. Real blessings from heaven don't compete with your peace. They complement it. God's plan may stretch you, but it will never suffocate you. His instruction may challenge you, but it will never confuse you. The Spirit of God is not a deceiver. Every time you ask for clarity, He will give it, but you must be willing to wait for His confirmation instead of chasing instant gratification. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 12, there is a way that appears to be right, but in the end, it leads to death. This is the warning written for the chosen. The path that appears right is the counterfeit door. It shines like gold, but turns to dust when tested by truth. The enemy's brilliance fades under the light of discernment. You must keep that light burning bright. In this hour, heaven is refining your sight. Every false door you walk past strengthens your ability to recognize the true one. Don't mourn the counterfeits that crumble before you. They were never your loss. They were your lesson. Every time you discern correctly, heaven smiles. Every no you choose out of obedience writes a new chapter of favor over your life. You are not missing out by waiting. You are mastering discernment. The next time the counterfeit comes, you will recognize it instantly, not by its look, but by its lack of light. And when the real door opens, your whole being will know, because peace will flood you like a river. So, stand tall. Chosen one, keep your spirit still and your ears tuned to heaven. Let discernment be your gatekeeper and peace your compass. You will not be deceived. The same God who guides your steps guards your choices. When the real door opens, you will walk through it with clarity, confidence, and divine authority, untouched by every counterfeit that came before. Chosen one. Do you realize that your assignment is being guarded? Heaven is not delaying your destiny, it is protecting it. What feels like stillness is actually a shield. You have been hidden, not because you are forgotten, but because you are being preserved. Every chosen soul goes through this hidden season, where heaven builds walls around what is sacred. You have wondered why people can't see your worth, why your talents seem unnoticed, why opportunities pass you by. But listen carefully. Heaven keeps secret what hell would destroy. If you were exposed too soon, the weight of your calling might crush you. Glory demands grounding. Before a tower rises, the foundation must be buried deep beneath the surface. You, chosen one, are still in the foundation stage. The world sees nothing, but heaven sees the structure being fortified beneath the soil, the silence, the solitude, the apparent stagnation. These are layers of protection. You are being sealed for strength. The enemy fears what he cannot track. That is why heaven hides you. When you are covered by divine delay, you move outside of hell's radar. Every rejection, every redirection, every moment that didn't make sense was heaven's way of cloaking your movement. You are being guarded not only from people but from plots. There are schemes you'll never know about because heaven cancelled them before they reached you. You are surrounded by invisible defense. Chosen one. Your assignment is too valuable to be handled carelessly. God is not letting you walk freely because your anointing is not casual, it's sacred. Every chosen vessel carries a unique sound, and that sound must be released in the right season, or else it can attract warfare before its time. You have been hidden to mature in silence. Heaven has placed you in a spiritual vault where growth happens quietly but deeply. Think of it like this. When an archer draws back the bow, the arrow feels like it's going in reverse. It's pulled backward, away from its target, stretched almost to breaking. But that tension is preparation for release. The farther it's drawn, the greater the distance it will travel. Right now, your life feels pulled backward, but heaven is stretching you for distance. You're being prepared to hit a mark no one expects you to reach. Your assignment is not ordinary. It carries generational impact. That's why the process feels so intense. God is not preparing you for a small stage. He's preparing you for eternal influence. You are being refined to carry glory without pride, power without corruption, revelation without rebellion. The season of concealment is God's mercy wrapping itself around your destiny. You may feel like nothing is happening, but heaven is incredibly busy on your behalf. Angels have been assigned to build walls of protection around your assignment. You have been fenced in by divine design. Even your disappointments have been used as bricks in this holy barrier. Every time someone walked away, heaven added another layer of protection. You lost what was never meant to carry you forward. Chosen one. The people who misunderstood you were not your enemies. They were part of heaven's security system. Their rejection rerouted you away from danger. Their disbelief pushed you closer to God. Heaven often uses pain as protection. The hurt that made you question God was actually proof of His hand shielding your purpose. There's a mystery in this kind of covering. You are guarded, but not trapped. Hidden, but not forgotten. Heaven's hand over your life is both a shelter and a strategy. You are being prepared for public release. But heaven won't let you step out until your inner world matches your outer calling. An unguarded gift becomes a target. A guarded one becomes a weapon. You are being sharpened quietly in the shadows. We find confirmation in the book of Psalm, chapter 91, verse 4. He shall cover you with his feathers, and under his wings you shall take refuge. His faithfulness shall be your shield and rampart. This is not poetic comfort, it is literal truth. You are under the wings of the Almighty. The shadow you feel is not darkness, it's divine covering. God Himself is guarding your assignment because He knows what you will carry next. The anointing placed on you cannot be mishandled. So heaven has surrounded you with invisibility until the appointed time. You must understand, chosen one, that every hidden season is a holy investment. Heaven hides what is holy until the world is ready to receive it. Diamonds are formed in darkness. Seeds grow in soil. The womb conceals life until it's ready to breathe. Likewise, your purpose is gestating in secret. When the appointed moment arrives, you will emerge radiant, refined, and unstoppable. Until then, Stay humble. Don't try to break free from divine protection. Do not confuse restriction with rejection. The walls around you are not meant to confine you. They're meant to define you. Heaven is building resilience within you, endurance within your soul, and discernment in your spirit. Every hidden year is a treasure of unseen growth. You are being trained for quiet power, the kind that doesn't need validation, the kind that can stand alone. Heaven will not expose you until you are unshakable. Right now, your silence is your armor. Your restraint is your shield. The world may not understand your stillness, but heaven applauds it. You are passing the test of secrecy, the ability to stay faithful even when unseen. When the signal finally comes, your release will be sudden. Doors will swing open with ease because you will have become the kind of person who can carry them responsibly. Heaven never wastes preparation. Every guarded moment will make sense when the light breaks through. Chosen one, lift your head. Your time in the shadows is holy. The covering that feels restrictive is divine protection, wrapping you in mercy. What you are building in private will soon shake nations. Stay hidden until heaven calls your name aloud. And if this message finds your spirit in agreement, if your heart feels the truth of this divine protection, then simply comment below, "Still covered." End of those two words declare faith. They tell heaven you trust the covering even when it feels uncomfortable. They tell hell you cannot be touched while hidden under divine wings. You are covered, guarded, chosen, and preserved. The world will see you soon, but only when heaven says, "Now, chosen one." You have entered the heavenly restriction zone. You can feel it. Something invisible keeps you from moving too fast, from saying too much, from stepping ahead of the divine rhythm. It's not punishment, it's preservation. When heaven restricts you, it's because you've been chosen for a higher level of precision. You are not being held back. You are being positioned for accuracy. Restriction is one of heaven's greatest honors. The ordinary can move at will, but the chosen must move by command. When you feel blocked, delayed, or contained, it means heaven is controlling your atmosphere. You are being kept in a narrow passage so that when the release comes, your movement will be powerful and pure. The narrow road is not a limitation, it's a launching path. Imagine a river. When it spreads wide and shallow, the water moves gently. But when that same river is pressed into a narrow canyon, the flow becomes fierce, unstoppable, and focused. Heaven has narrowed your path not to slow you down, but to multiply your power. Every restriction is pressure, and every pressure is purpose in disguise. The smaller the passage, the greater the force of emergence. Chosen one. This restriction zone is where many give up, but not you. You were designed for this depth. God is asking you to submit to boundaries that others ignore. He is teaching you obedience that defies logic. The path you walk is sacred, every step monitored by heaven's wisdom. You cannot move freely right now because heaven has placed you in divine containment, shaping you for something mighty. You may not realize it yet, but restriction refines vision. When you cannot run, you are forced to focus. When options disappear, clarity is born. This is why God closes doors, silence noise, and reduces your circle. He is creating focus by removing excess. The people who left, the plans that failed, the opportunities that vanished, they were part of heaven's pruning. You are not being diminished, You are being distilled, chosen one. There's a holiness in this narrow place. You are like an arrow inside God's hand. Until the moment of release, you remain still, gripped tightly by divine intention. You may feel tension, but that's what gives you strength. Heaven does not send flimsy arrows into battle. It sends forged ones tested by pressure, shaped by fire, held until ready. You are in that divine grip. The Lord is saying, "Don't fight my hold." When you try to move before permission, you lose momentum. But when you surrender to the restriction, heaven aligns everything perfectly. Your timing becomes exact. Your impact multiplies. What feels like waiting is actually synchronization. In this restricted season, you are being purified of distractions. Heaven is teaching you to say no to noise, to compromise, to self-driven ambition. You cannot afford to dilute your calling. The anointing on your life requires precision. Just as a sculptor carves away excess stone to reveal beauty, God is chiseling away everything that does not resemble His purpose for you. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This is your instruction inside the restriction zone. Be still. Heaven is fighting battles you cannot see. The reason you cannot move is because angels are clearing your path. To move prematurely would be to step into crossfire. God restrains you, not out of cruelty, but out of care. Chosen one. Think of the seed in the soil. It cannot break open too soon. If it does, the sun will scorch it before its roots anchor deep. The darkness of the soil is its protection. Likewise, your current confinement is saving you from collapse. You are not buried, you are being rooted. The unseen place is your safety until your structure is strong enough to sustain the light. And now, I want to speak to your heart, not as a voice on a screen, but as a fellow traveler in this sacred process. If these words have met you in your restriction, if they've whispered peace where anxiety once lived, then I ask one thing: help keep this river flowing. When you like, share, or subscribe, you are not simply interacting, you are planting seeds in good soil. Every small act of support becomes a ripple that reaches another chosen one who needs this reminder. Each click, each share, each moment of engagement becomes a candle lit in someone's darkness. If you feel led to give, to sow back into this flow of messages, consider it not as a transaction, but as participation in a divine exchange. Your support allows heaven's voice to keep echoing through these words, to reach those who are waiting in their own restriction zones, wondering if heaven still remembers them. You become part of that answer. Think of it like rain returning to the clouds that once watered it. What you pour back into the source returns to you multiplied. When you help carry light, the light blesses you in return. This is not about obligation, it's about overflow. Together, we keep the river of revelation flowing freely to those who thirst for divine direction. Chosen one. Never forget, heaven restricts before it releases. The tighter the hold, the greater the launch. The season that feels confining will one day become the story that defines your strength. The walls that surround you now are temporary. They are scaffolding, not prisons. Soon, they will fall away, revealing what heaven has been building all along. So, breathe deeply. Let the restriction teach you reverence. Trust the narrow path. When the command comes, you will move with power, precisión, and grace, unstoppable, undeniable, unbreakable. Until then, stay still under the mighty hand of God. Your time of release is closer than you think. Chosen one. The weight of hidden greatness rests upon you, even when you don't feel it. You were never meant to blend into the crowd. Heaven marked you for distinction before you took your first breath. That mark carries both favor and fire. Greatness is not light, it is heavy. To carry it well, your soul must be fortified, your spirit tested, your character refined. This is why the hidden season has lasted so long. Heaven is ensuring that what you carry will not collapse under its own glory. Hidden greatness is a sacred paradox. It feels like obscurity, but is actually preparation. God conceals what is precious. Gold doesn't lie in the streets, it's buried in the earth. Pearls are hidden in shells, and oil must be pressed from olives. Likewise, your greatness has been buried in silence, enclosed within trials, and pressed by time. But make no mistake, this concealment is divine strategy, not divine neglect. You are in the workshop of heaven, where foundations are laid deep. Those who rise without hidden years crumble quickly, but those who have learned to bear the weight of invisibility rise unshakable. You, chosen one, are being built in secret so that your shine will last under pressure. What you are enduring now is heaven's proofing process, testing the structure before the tower rises. The heavier the crown, the deeper the roots must go. Every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every season where you wondered if God forgot you, all of it has been digging roots into your soul. Heaven cannot build high without first digging deep. Your hiddenness is a mark of trust. God hides his strongest warriors, the longest. Look at the lives of those chosen before you. Joseph was given dreams of greatness, but was thrown into a pit before the palace. David was anointed king, but returned to tending sheep before the throne. Esther was hidden in the shadows before she was crowned. Even Jesus himself lived 30 years in quiet before 3 years of revelation. Heaven hides the extraordinary until it is time to unveil it. You are walking in that same rhythm. Chosen one. There is a holiness in your current obscurity. The world doesn't see you, and that is the mercy of God. Visibility before maturity is dangerous. God refuses to let your name echo publicly until your spirit can handle the sound. He is refining your humility, ensuring that pride will find no room to rest in you. Every time you are overlooked, it is a purification. Every time you are misunderstood, it is a strengthening. The silence around you is not emptiness, it is sacred incubation. The dreams you carry are like seeds in dark soil. They appear lifeless, but within them, divine potential stirs. When the time comes, that which has been hidden will break through the surface with unstoppable force. You will not need to announce yourself, the fruit will speak for you. We are reminded through the words of Luke, chapter 8, verse 17. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. No, this scripture is not a warning, it is a promise. What heaven has hidden in you will one day be revealed in full light. Every hidden talent, every unspoken revelation, every quiet act of obedience will be unveiled when the appointed hour arrives. The world will see what heaven has been shaping in silence. Chosen one. You may not realize it yet, but heaven's eyes are always upon you. Angels stand guard around your process. Every hidden prayer you whisper in darkness becomes incense in the throne room. Every tear is a seed of oil. Every silence, a song in heaven's register. Nothing is wasted. You are being refined for realms beyond what you can imagine. You have carried more than most, and sometimes the weight feels unbearable. But even that heaviness is holy. It's proof that you are designed to hold divine glory. God would not entrust you with this much fire if He didn't plan to use you as a beacon. The heaviness you feel now will one day translate into authority. The same pain that humbles you will become the power that heals others. Chosen one, do not despise your quiet years. The hidden years are heaven's forge. While others clamor for recognition, you are learning endurance. While others build platforms, you are building foundations. The noise of ambition will fade, but the quiet strength of those who waited will endure. You are part of that remnant, the ones heaven trusts to carry revival without self-glory. Hidden greatness requires patience. The Lord is not slow in keeping His promises. He is deliberate. Every day you wait in faith. Your vessel is being stretched to hold more oil. Heaven cannot fill what is fractured. So the pressure you feel is mending what was once broken. The anointing that will rest upon you requires a vessel that has learned to bend but not break. Chosen one, soon the silence will shift. You will feel the atmosphere change, and everything that has been hidden will begin to emerge. But when that day comes, remember this truth: you are not rising because of your effort, you are rising because of your endurance. Heaven exalts those who bowed low in obscurity. So, remain steady. Continue your unseen faithfulness. Heaven's timing will not fail. The weight of your greatness is being matched with the strength of your humility. When the curtain lifts, the world will not just see what you do, they will sense what you've endured. That is true greatness, glory refined through hiddenness. You are not forgotten. Beloved, you are hidden on purpose, held under the shadow of the Almighty until the light is safe for your unveiling. The day is coming when you will understand why heaven had to keep you unseen. For now, let the darkness finish its holy work. Chosen one, heaven has been speaking to you more often than you realize. You've been asking for signs, but the truth is, the signs are already here. Heaven's language is not always thunder or lightning, it's patterns, repetition, small alignments that whisper, "I am guiding you." The spirit realm is alive with movement, and every moment carries a message. If you have the eyes to see and the heart to listen, you are learning to decode heaven's signals. Every recurring dream, every repeated phrase, every divine number that keeps finding you, it's not random. Heaven often speaks through what appears ordinary. The same scripture may appear to you multiple times in a week. The same symbol may show up when you least expect it. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. Heaven speaks through consistency. Chosen one, when you walk in divine awareness, nothing is accidental. The timing of your encounters, the people who cross your path, even the disruptions, all of it is woven into a divine design. Heaven uses patterns because the human mind forgets what it hears once, but remembers what it sees often. The repetition is heaven saying, "Pay attention. This matters." No, sometimes the sign is peace, a stillness that settles deep within you, even when circumstances look chaotic. Sometimes it's resistance the kind of discomfort that won't let you proceed down the wrong path. Heaven speaks both through open doors and through walls that won't move. Both are communication. Both are mercy. The key is discernment. You must not chase signs, you must recognize them. Those who chase end up deceived. But those who discern walk in divine direction. Heaven's voice doesn't compete with noise, it manifests through alignment. When what's within you and what's around you move in harmony, that's your confirmation. The Spirit may also use creation itself to speak to you. The sunrise that pierces through your despair, the rain that falls just as you surrender, the sudden wind during your prayer. All of these are heaven's language. The Creator still speaks through creation. Every gust, every glimmer, every echo of beauty carries his tone. The problem is never that heaven is silent, it's that we are too distracted to hear. Chosen one, slow down. The signs are all around you. The same God who guided Moses with a cloud by day and fire by night still leads his people with divine signals. You may not see a cloud, but you will feel a knowing. You may not see fire, but you will sense warmth in your spirit. God's methods evolve, but his faithfulness never changes. We find truth in the book of Job, chapter 33, verse 14. For God speaks once, yea, twice, yet man perceives it not. End of 12. Heaven is speaking, again and again. Through details you overlook, that recurring number on the clock, that verse that appears in multiple conversations, that strong sense that won't leave your heart, all are pieces of divine dialogue. Heaven's code is repetition, and you are being invited to read it. Chosen one. Divine signs are not superstition, they are synchronization. Heaven doesn't play games with your destiny, it communicates purpose through precision. The same Spirit that hovered over the waters in Genesis now hovers over your life, arranging encounters and coincidences to get your attention. The next time something feels too aligned to be random, don't dismiss it. Pause. Pray. Ask, Lord, is this you? He will confirm it through peace. Sometimes the signs come in silence. When heaven stops sending new instructions, it's because you haven't yet acted on the last one. Obedience unlocks revelation. God will not flood you with direction when you've yet to follow the first whisper. The pattern stops until the previous one is honored. Heaven is not withholding, it's waiting. Chosen one. You are entering a season of spiritual sensitivity. Your discernment will heighten. Dreams will become clearer. Conversations will carry hidden meaning. You will begin to sense divine movement before it manifests in the natural. This is what happens when the Spirit sharpens your hearing. You become fluent in heaven's language. But beware, when heaven speaks clearly, the enemy mimics loudly. Not every sign is sacred. Not every light is divine. The counterfeit will always arrive near the authentic. That's why your anchor must be peace. If the sign drives anxiety or pride, it's not from heaven. True divine communication leads you back to humility, reverence, and rest. The more you trust heaven's patterns, the more frequent they become. Heaven responds to awareness. The moment you acknowledge a sign, it multiplies. When you honor the whisper, the voice grows stronger. That's how spiritual intimacy deepens, not through demanding signs, but through recognizing the ones already given. So today, stop asking, Lord, are you speaking? And start asking, Lord, what have you already said that I haven't noticed? The signs are woven through your everyday life. Heaven hides revelation in repetition because revelation must be pursued to be preserved. The casual observer misses what the consecrated one perceives. And now, chosen one. If your heart bears witness to this word, if you can feel that heaven has been sending signs and you're ready to start noticing them, then type below the number 5,555. That number is more than a comment. It's an agreement. It means, I choose to be aware. I choose to listen. I choose to see. Let heaven see your readiness. The next sign will come swiftly. You won't have to look for it. It will find you. You are not lost. You are being led. One divine signal at a time. Heaven has already begun to speak again. Chosen one. The silence that surrounds you right now is not empty. It is speaking. It's strange, isn't it? The moments when you hear nothing from heaven are often the very moments when heaven is saying the most. God's silence is not absence. It is the language of the Spirit, written in stillness. The silence that confuses the impatient is the same silence that crowns the faithful. When heaven goes quiet, the heart is forced to listen differently. It must listen with surrender, not with demand. It must lean into presence, not performance. This silence is not punishment. It is purification. God's voice has not stopped. It has shifted from sound to sense. The silence is a test, a divine classroom where you learn that faith must anchor itself not in what you hear, but in what you know. There are lessons that only silence can teach. Words can inform, but silence transforms. In noise, you hear God's instructions. In stillness, you discover His nature. The silence reveals the strength of your relationship with Him, whether you loved His presence or only His voice. Chosen one. This is where maturity is born. Heaven is not ignoring you. Heaven is inviting you deeper. When God hides His voice, He is trusting your memory. He wants to see if you will still walk by what He said last. Even when He doesn't repeat it, the silence asks a holy question. Will you obey without fresh proof? Every prophet, every apostle, every chosen vessel faced this silence. It is the wilderness between promise and fulfillment, the place where faith becomes sight only through endurance. You may be tempted to interpret this quiet as disapproval, but it is actually intimacy. God's silence does not mean He is far. It means He is close enough to see whether you'll trust His nearness without noise. The teacher is silent during the test, not because he left the classroom, but because he is watching you apply what you've learned. There is sacred weight in this silence. It presses against the restless soul until every false dependency breaks. You are learning to hear differently, to sense God's movement without demanding explanation. In this stillness, the Spirit rewires your discernment. You stop chasing emotional confirmation and start recognizing spiritual alignment. The silence also refines your motives. When the voice of heaven quiets, it exposes the desires of your heart. Were you serving for instruction or intimacy? Did you love the calling more than the caller? The stillness peels back layers of performance and teaches you to love God for who He is, not just for what He says. Chosen one. Remember that even Jesus experienced this. On the cross, in His greatest moment of surrender, He cried out, "My God, why have you forsaken me?" And heaven was silent. Yet, even in that silence, The plan of salvation was unfolding perfectly. God's quiet did not mean abandonment, it meant fulfillment. In your silence. 2. Purpose is moving quietly beneath the surface. Sometimes the silence protects you. If God answered every question, the enemy would overhear the plan. Heaven guards revelation through restraint. The silence ensures that divine strategy remains sealed until the appointed moment. You are not being denied clarity, you are being shielded from interception. There is also beauty in learning to rest inside divine quiet. When you finally stop striving for constant reassurance, peace begins to bloom. Where anxiety once ruled, you start realizing that stillness is not emptiness, it's evidence of stability. You no longer panic at God's quiet, you find comfort in it. The silence becomes a sanctuary, not a sentence. Chosen one, your tears in this season are not wasted. Every time you whisper, "Lord, are you still here?" Heaven hears it and records it. The silence is a mirror showing you that your faith has grown beyond feelings. You are learning to believe without visible confirmation. That is the kind of faith that moves heaven. It was written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 50, verse 10. Let him who walks in the dark, who has no light, trust in the name of the Lord and rely on his God. 7. This is your command in the silence, trust. When the path grows dim, rely on the name that never fails. The same God who spoke yesterday is still present today. He has not changed, only his method has. The silence is not his departure, it's his deeper communication. Do not fill this silence with fear. Do not rush to manufacture movement. Rest. Wait. Listen with your spirit, not your panic. Heaven's whispers live beneath the noise. In stillness, you will begin to feel the pulse of divine presence again. The light will return, not as a flash, but as a slow dawn rising within your soul. Chosen one. Every silence ends. Every hidden season gives birth to revelation. When God speaks again, and he will, it will carry more weight because of what you learned in the quiet. You will recognize his tone not just by sound, but by spirit. The silence was never wasted. It shaped your hearing for the next dimension. So, hold steady. Keep your posture of peace. Heaven has not gone missing. It has gone deeper. The silence is not a void. It is a vow proof that God trusts you to walk by faith and not by sight. Chosen one. You are standing in the pressure before permission. The air feels heavy, almost electric, as if heaven itself is holding its breath. You can sense that something is about to shift, but it hasn't yet. You feel trapped between two worlds, the one you've outgrown and the one not yet revealed. This is the space where the weight intensifies, where endurance is tested, where the soul aches for release. But listen closely, the pressure is not punishment. It is prophecy in progress. Every chosen soul experiences this threshold. The moment before breakthrough, when everything tightens. The pressure is heaven's final preparation before promotion. When the gold is nearly pure, the fire burns hottest. When the fruit is ready to burst, the ground shakes hardest. The pressure does not come to destroy you, it comes to confirm that the time is near. You are being compressed, not to break, but to birth. The womb of heaven is full of your promise, and like every birth, there is contraction before emergence. The pressure is evidence that what you've been carrying is ready to live. You feel stretched because your spirit is expanding to fit what heaven is about to release. You can't stay the same size when divine purpose begins to unfold. The pressure is enlarging your capacity for glory. Chosen one. When the weight increases, don't run anchor. This is not the moment to retreat or doubt. The intensity you feel is the final test of trust. Heaven is pressing you to see what leaks when life squeezes you. Will faith still flow when comfort is gone? Will praise still rise when the atmosphere feels suffocating? The pressure reveals what's authentic. It separates borrowed faith from burning conviction. Think of an olive. It only releases oil when crushed. Without pressure, it remains a fruit. With pressure, it becomes fuel for light. You are being pressed not to destroy your value, but to extract your anointing. The oil that heaven desires from you can only come through surrender under pressure. The more intense the pressing, the purer the oil. That is why you cannot quit now. You are moments away from overflow. Chosen one. You may feel abandoned in this process, but you are surrounded by heaven's craftsmanship. God himself is the potter, and you are the vessel being shaped by his hands. The pressure you feel is his grip, not his rejection. The wheel spins fast, and at times you feel dizzy, disoriented, but the potter never loses control. He applies just enough force to form, never more than the clay can bear. The same hands that press also protect. It was spoken through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 64, verse 8. But now, O Lord, you are our Father, we are the clay, and you are potter, and all we are the work of your hand. You are being molded, chosen one, into a vessel capable of carrying divine purpose. The clay must yield to shaping. Resistance only delays completion. That's why the more you struggle, the longer the pressure remains. The potter is not cruel, he is careful. He will not stop spinning until the vessel matches his vision. In this sacred squeeze, you are learning what real faith feels like. It is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to trust in the presence of it. It is whispering, I still believe, when your strength is gone. The pressure is teaching you to depend on heaven for breath. It's reminding you that divine timing cannot be forced. You can't open the door yet, because heaven is still sculpting the key, your character. Chosen one. Sometimes the pressure isolates you. It strips away every illusion of support until only God remains. This is the holy solitude of transformation. You are not lonely. You are being purified. The voices that once surrounded you have been silenced because their volume would interfere with your hearing. The only voice heaven wants you to hear now is his. There's a rhythm in this process. Press. Pause. Prepare. Each wave of pressure serves a purpose. When you feel the weight lift briefly, it's not over. It's mercy giving you time to breathe. Then comes another wave, stretching your faith again. It's not random, it's divine choreography, training your spirit for endurance. Many cannot handle this phase because they misinterpret it. They see the pressure as God's displeasure, but it is actually his promotion. The closer you get to breakthrough, the heavier the weight becomes. A rocket faces its greatest resistance just before it breaks the atmosphere. You are that rocket. The friction you feel is evidence that you're nearing the edge of limitation. Soon, you will burst into a realm where gravity, fear, doubt, hesitation can no longer hold you down. Do not mistake pressure for punishment. Heaven only presses what it plans to pour out. The oil of your anointing is being extracted drop by drop. each one costly, each one sacred. You may feel crushed now, but heaven see light forming inside you. When the moment comes, all this pressure will transform into power. Chosen one. Even the silence within the pressure is divine. It is the stillness before the surge, the quiet before the quake. Heaven is gathering momentum through your restraint. The Spirit whispers, "Hold your ground. Don't break now. What is coming will make sense of everything you've endured." You are in the final moments before permission. Heaven's hand is hovering over your next command. The pressure is confirmation that release is near. Soon, the weight will lift, the air will shift, and the door will open. You will move with clarity, not confusion, with grace, not grief. The very heaviness that tried to crush you will become the strength that carries you. Chosen one. Endure this moment. The fire is almost finished, refining you. The oil is almost ready to pour. The potter's hand is almost done, shaping. You are being readied for permission, for release, for revelation. Do not despise the pressure. It is heaven's final preparation for your unveiling. When the signal comes, you'll rise not as the one who survived the pressure, but as the one who was transformed by it. Chosen one. This is the hour to remain anchored. You have weathered silence, pressure, and a divine delay. But now the most important command is this: do not drift. The currents of uncertainty will try to carry you away. The winds of doubt will whisper that God has forgotten you. But heaven's instruction remains steady. Stay anchored. An anchored soul does not panic when the waves rise. It doesn't need to see the shore to believe in direction. The anchor of faith digs deep beneath the surface. Unseen, but unmovable. When storms roar above, it holds the vessel fast. You, chosen one, are that vessel. Heaven is your harbor, and your anchor is trust. You may not realize it, but every season of waiting has been strengthening that anchor. Every unanswered prayer drove it deeper. Every tear watered the soil around it. And now, even as life's waters toss and twist you, the unseen strength below keeps you from drifting into despair. You are tethered to divine stability. Heaven calls this the discipline of endurance. It's not a flashy miracle or a grand revelation. It's the quiet power of staying faithful, staying focused, staying in position, even when everything inside you wants to flee. The greatest victories are often won by those who simply refuse to move from where God placed them. Chosen one. Imagine a lighthouse standing in the middle of a storm. Lightning crashes. Waves pound against its foundation. But it doesn't move. It doesn't panic. It just shines. That's what you're called to do now, to shine where you stand. You don't need to chase visibility. You need to hold your position until the storm passes. The light that stands still becomes a beacon for others who are lost at sea. Heaven is saying, "Remain where I placed you. The tide will turn." The moment you stop fighting the waves and start trusting the anchor, peace will return. You are not drowning. You are being tested in depth. Faith isn't proven in calm water. It's proven in chaos. Chosen one. Many start strong but drift away when the wait feels long. They untie their anchors and chase easier winds. But those winds always lead to wreckage. Heaven's wisdom anchors you to purpose, not comfort. The ground beneath you is sacred. Even when it feels barren, the storm is temporary. but your anchor is eternal. The apostle reminds us in the book of Hebrews, chapter 6, verse 19, we have this hope as an anchor for the soul, firm and secure. This verse isn't a metaphor, it's a map. Hope is not a feeling, it's a fastening. When you tie your soul to the certainty of God's promise, no storm can snatch you away. You may sway, but you will not sink. Chosen one. The world is loud right now. Everyone is running, chasing fame, chasing noise, chasing validation. But you must stay steady. Stillness is your weapon. Consistency is your shield. While others chase the wind, you must remain where heaven planted you. The harvest will come to the one who stays. If these words are stirring your spirit, if you can feel that quiet voice inside saying, "Yes, I needed this reminder," then I want to speak to your heart gently. Messages like this are more than words. They are vessels carrying light. And if they've helped you weather your own storm, then help keep this light shining. When you like, share, or comment, it's not just engagement, it's encouragement. It's a signal to heaven that this message reached another heart. You never know who might be standing on the edge of giving up, scrolling through darkness, waiting for one word to keep them anchored. Your simple act of sharing could be that word's wings. And if you feel led to support, to donate, to help sustain this flow of messages, know this: you're not funding a voice. You're fueling a mission. Think of it like pouring oil into a lamp. The light you help sustain becomes the same light that one day guides you home. Every seed sown into this soil multiplies hope. Your generosity, whether in sharing, subscribing, commenting, or giving, is part of heaven's echo. It keeps the sound of truth alive in a world that's grown deaf to stillness. It keeps this digital altar burning for the next soul who needs to hear, "Don't drift. Stay anchored. Chosen one." Do not underestimate what your faithfulness can do. A single act of obedience, a single word spoken in time, can ripple through eternity. You are not just surviving the storm, you are mastering it. Heaven is proud of how you've endured the shaking. You've held on when others let go. You've stood still when the waves begged you to run. Soon, the clouds will part. The water will calm. The same winds that once terrified you will carry your vessel forward. But when that day comes, remember what kept you safe. It wasn't your strength. It was your anchor. So, hold fast. Beloved, keep shining through the rain. Stay faithful in the waiting. Heaven is watching. Heaven is moving. And heaven is smiling over your endurance. Your anchor has held. Your hope remains unbroken. And soon, very soon, the tide will turn in your favor. Chosen one. The unseen world around you is alive right now. Even while you wait in silence, angels are moving. The air you breathe is charged with invisible assignments, messages carried between heaven and earth, rearranging what must shift to make way for your next command. Though your eyes see stillness, the spirit realm is in motion. You are not waiting alone. You are surrounded by activity you cannot yet perceive. There are angels in transition. They are not ornamental beings of myth. They are living extensions of divine order. They go where heaven sends them, carrying answers, dismantling obstacles, warring for timing, aligning the course of events to fulfill prophecy. You may feel forgotten, But the angelic realm is busier on your behalf than you can imagine. Chosen one. Heaven does not release purpose without protection. Every destiny carries a defense system. The deeper your calling, the more intense your coverage. Angels are heaven's messengers and its military. They deliver instruction, and they defend the path of those chosen to carry it out. When you pray, they move. When you worship, they draw near. When you trust, they strengthen their guard. You may think that angels only visit during moments of supernatural encounter, but most of their work happens quietly. They shift people out of your life who would sabotage your mission. They block accidents, cancel demonic meetings, redirect timing, and even adjust the hearts of those who must one day bless you. Much of what you call coincidence is actually angelic choreography. Right now, there are angels arranging introductions that will change your direction. Others are whispering peace into your spirit while you sleep. Some stand watch at the edge of your territory, refusing entry to darkness that would try to interfere with your assignment. You may never see them, but you benefit from them constantly. Chosen one. Remember the story of Daniel. When he prayed for understanding, the answer was dispatched immediately. But it took 21 days to arrive because a principality in the air resisted the messenger. Heaven had to send Michael, a warring angel, to break through the interference. You are living in similar patterns. The delay in your life is not denial, it is spiritual warfare. The answer is on the way. The fight is simply fierce. That's why prayer is vital. Prayer is not begging, it is authorization. When you pray, you sign the release form for heaven to act in your realm. Angels respond to authority spoken in faith. Every time you speak words of life and alignment, you open highways for them to move. Your declarations become coordinates in the spirit, directing their activity. That's why the enemy tries to silence you with despair, because he knows your voice sends angels into motion. You may feel weak, but the unseen army surrounding you does not. The heaviness you sense in certain moments is often spiritual friction, the collision between the angelic and the adversarial. The weight is real because the war is real. But you must never fear. Heaven outnumbers hell. The chariots of fire that surrounded Elisha still circle the chosen today. The same power that split the Red Sea still stands between you and destruction. We are reminded in the book of Psalm, chapter 34, verse 7. The angel of the Lord encamps around those who fear him, and he delivers them. This is your assurance. You are not uncovered. You are encamped, surrounded, shielded, safeguarded. Every step you take within obedience is within angelic perimeter. Even in places that seem dark, light stands, guard beside you. Your tears are not falling unseen. Heaven tracks every one of them like signals that strengthen your defense. Chosen one. You must learn to cooperate with these heavenly agents. Angels are drawn to order, not chaos. When you speak bitterness or fear, you create static that hinders their frequency. When you speak faith and gratitude, you amplify their reach. Worship clears the air, complaint clouds it. Your words are more powerful than you realize. They are spiritual architecture. Speak life, and heaven builds around you. In this season, heaven is redeploying angelic forces to shift your position. Some angels that once guarded you in the wilderness will step aside as new ones take their place for the next assignment. This transition may feel strange, You might sense restlessness or sudden emotional shifts. Do not fear it. These are signs of spiritual reorganization. The ranks are changing because your season is changing. Chosen one. You are not the same as you were before the silence. Heaven knows it. The angels that once protected your preparation are now preparing your presentation. They move ahead of you into spaces where your name will soon be spoken. They prepare hearts, soften resistance, and illuminate favor. They ensure that when heaven finally says, "Move," everything will already be in alignment. Sometimes, the pressure you feel is not from the enemy, but from angels pushing you toward obedience. They will disturb your comfort until you respond to heaven's nudge. They are not there to entertain. They are there to enforce. Heaven will never force your free will, but it will surround you with holy tension until you yield to destiny. Chosen one. Your awareness of their presence changes everything. When you wake, greet heaven's host. When you travel, speak protection over your path. When you pray, thank the invisible army that guards you. The more you honor heaven's order, the more clearly you will sense its motion. You are part of a living collaboration between spirit and flesh, between divine will and human obedience. Do not be afraid of warfare. Angels have been trained for this. You are not alone in your battles. You are part of a larger campaign orchestrated by the King of Glory. The same authority that commands them now lives within you. When you speak in alignment with heaven's word, they respond as soldiers to a commander's voice. That is why your words must remain pure. Angels cannot obey confusion. They move where clarity reigns. The unseen realm may feel distant, but it is closer than your breath. The rustling you feel in your spirit, that sudden chill in the air during prayer, the surge of peace after tears, those are traces of divine motion. The veil between heaven and earth thins for those who walk in awareness. You are being invited to see, not with eyes, but with understanding. Chosen one. Every miracle that will soon manifest in your life is being escorted by angels. They carry the keys to doors you cannot yet open. The instructions for timing you have yet to hear, and the strength you will need when release comes. Heaven is not improvising, it is orchestrating. You are surrounded by movement, even in moments that feel motionless. So stay calm in the unseen storm. The air may tremble, the waiting may ache, but the outcome is certain. The angels are still working. The King has not changed the plan. You are not forgotten. You are being fortified under divine guard. Chosen one. There is a war over your timing. You can sense it, even when you cannot name it, the tension that sits behind every delay, the resistance that greets every step forward, the invisible tug between what heaven has decreed and what darkness seeks to disrupt. This is not imagination, it is spiritual reality. The moment heaven declares destiny over your life, the enemy declares distraction. And so the conflict begins, not over, if you are chosen. But when your release will arrive, every chosen soul becomes a battlefield between divine schedule and demonic sabotage. Hell cannot steal your promise, but it can distort your perception of time. It wants to exhaust you in waiting so that you move too soon, or to lull you into comfort so that you move too late. Either way, its goal is the same, to get you out of rhythm with heaven's clock. The enemy fears those who walk in divine timing, because timing is the rhythm of authority. Chosen one. This is why your delays feel unnatural. The enemy senses what is about to unfold. He has seen this pattern before, how heaven hides warriors until the exact second of impact, so he sends confusion into the air, trying to make you doubt the calendar of God. Every obstacle, every distraction, every sudden heaviness is warfare aimed at derailing your schedule. You are not unlucky, you are under attack. But do not fear. Heaven's timeline cannot be destroyed. It can only be disrupted temporarily. The moment you return to alignment through faith and obedience, the schedule realigns. Every stolen hour, every wasted season, every detour is recalibrated in a single act of surrender. The King of Glory is not bound by clocks. He commands them. This is what you must remember. Chosen one, the enemy cannot win unless you move in impatience. Impatience is the weapon of delay. When you act without heaven's signal, you leave the covering of divine timing. It is like stepping out of a fortress before the gates are secure. You expose yourself to unnecessary warfare. The enemy knows this, which is why he whispers, "You've waited long enough. Move now. Do something, anything." But obedience must always outrank urgency. The right thing at the wrong time becomes the wrong thing. Think of David. He was anointed as king while still a shepherd boy. Yet he refused to take Saul's throne by force. Twice he had the chance to kill the man who hunted him. And twice he said, "I will not touch the Lord's anointed." That restraint preserved his destiny. Had he moved ahead of heaven, he would have gained a crown but lost the covenant. This is the essence of timing warfare, the temptation to reach prematurely for what is already promised. Chosen one. Your waiting is not weakness, it is warfare. Every time you say, "I'll wait for the Lord," you are defying hell itself. Patience is rebellion against the enemy's rush. Your stillness confuses darkness. While demons thrive in chaos, they suffocate in peace. The calmer you remain in delay, the less access they have to your spirit. Heaven fights through your endurance. We are reminded through the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. To everything there is a season, a time for every purpose under heaven. This is not poetry, it is law. Even your pain has its appointed expiration date. Every purpose carries its own clock, and heaven never miscalculates. The war you feel now is the collision between your desire and divine order. You want soon, but heaven wants sure, and heaven always wins. Chosen one. Discernment of timing is your greatest defense. When you sense agitation pushing you to act quickly, pause. Ask, does this urgency carry peace or panic? Divine urgency feels like fire pure. Directional, steady. Demonic urgency feels like pressure, chaotic, anxious, consuming. Learn to tell the difference. Heaven's movements never require you to compromise your peace. You must also recognize that timing warfare can manifest through people. Some will try to pull you into their schedule, demanding action that heaven never authorized. Others will discourage you with their impatience, mocking your stillness as laziness. Do not explain divine timing to those who live by worldly clocks. They cannot understand the rhythm of revelation. You are walking to the beat of heaven's drum, not man's applause. There are also moments when heaven itself will delay you deliberately, even when you are ready, just to demonstrate dominion over time. The Lord sometimes pauses his own promise to prove that he, not the enemy, controls the pace of your progress. It is a divine display of sovereignty, Each delay you endure refines your reverence for His timing. Chosen one. The warfare over your timing is also internal. Impatience wars with trust. Frustration battles gratitude. Fear wrestles with faith. The real fight is inside your heart. Heaven already wrote your victory into eternity. Now your soul must align with that script. The more you resist anxiety, the stronger your alignment becomes. Think of a seed buried in the soil. It doesn't rush the sun, it waits for the appointed day to break open. If it sprouts too soon, the cold will kill it. Timing is protection disguised as delay. The soil feels suffocating, but it's safety. Heaven buries you not to forget you, but to prepare your emergence at the perfect hour. Chosen one. Do not despise the waiting. Each day, heaven delays you. It is defeating something in you that would have destroyed you later. Pride. Haste. The need for control. By the time your release comes, you will not just step into destiny, you will embody wisdom. That is why the warfare is so fierce, because the enemy knows you are being forged into someone unstoppable. The moment of alignment is coming. The war over timing is only loud because you are close to the signal. Soon the winds will shift. You will feel the internal click, the peace that surpasses all understanding, and you will know, this is the moment. When that happens, heaven will propel you forward effortlessly. The very forces that tried to hinder you will be harnessed to accelerate you. Chosen one. Remember this always. Divine timing is not a clock on a wall, it is a heartbeat. It pulses with heaven's rhythm. When you rest your soul against that heartbeat, you will move in sync with God Himself. Every delay will turn to acceleration, every pause to preparation, every waiting season to divine unveiling. So, breathe. The war over timing is fierce, but victory is secure. Heaven has not lost control of your story, not for a second. The enemy cannot delay what heaven decrees forever. The appointed time is sealed, and it will arrive precisely when it should. You are not late. Chosen one, you are perfectly timed. Chosen one. Heaven has always spoken through patterns, but there are moments when the message grows stronger, when the divine signal repeats so clearly that it can no longer be ignored. This is where you stand now. In the presence of confirmation, heaven has been sending you codes, not random occurrences, but alignment woven into your reality. Numbers, dreams, phrases, and timings that echo the same truth. Heaven is preparing you to move. Divine communication often follows a rhythm. When God wants your attention, He will repeat Himself until your spirit wakes up. You might glance at the clock and see the same sequence over and over. Or you might keep hearing a verse that feels like it's chasing you. This isn't superstition, it's synchronization. Heaven uses repetition as reassurance. Every pattern you notice is proof that the conversation between earth and eternity is still active. Chosen one. You are not crazy for sensing it. You are spiritually sensitive. The world dismisses what it cannot measure. But you were never called to live by logic alone. Heaven designed your spirit to decode the language of the unseen. Every number, every symbol, every whisper that stirs your peace carries a message meant only for those with listening hearts. Think of how God spoke to Abraham through stars, to Gideon through dew, to Joseph through dreams. Heaven's voice adapts to the receiver. You might not hear thunder, but you will see patterns. These are heaven's confirmation codes. reminding you that the same God who called you is still guiding you. The Spirit whispers, "Watch how I confirm what I promised." The same message will echo from multiple directions. It might appear in Scripture, in a sermon, in a song, or in the words of a stranger. Each repetition adds weight to the word. When something from heaven is about to manifest, its frequency increases. Confirmation is heaven's countdown. We are told in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 19, verse 15, "By the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, every matter shall be established." N4. That is heaven's principle of confirmation. God does not want you to walk in confusion. He wants you to walk in certainty. When He repeats something 2 or 3 times, it's because He intends for you to trust it beyond doubt. Heaven's codes are not to entertain you, they are to establish you. Chosen one. Every divine code is connected to timing. Heaven's repetition intensifies right before a release. You might notice the same word everywhere, or feel drawn to a specific verse you can't shake. That is heaven knocking. The door of movement is near. The repetition is your signal to stay alert, not anxious, but beware. The enemy also knows this law. He will try to mimic confirmation through false alignment, counterfeit signs meant to confuse. The difference is peace. Heaven's codes will bring calm clarity. The counterfeit will bring pressure and urgency. True confirmation never manipulates. It resonates. It feels like a deep exhale in your soul. Chosen one. When the sign repeats, respond with reverence. Write it down. Pray over it. Ask for discernment. Do not dismiss what heaven is emphasizing. A pattern ignored is a promise delayed. God confirms, so you can proceed with confidence, not hesitation. Every divine code is both permission and preparation. Have you noticed how heaven weaves its confirmations into ordinary life? You might see a specific number sequence on a receipt, on a page, in a dream. These numbers are not mystical charms, they are divine reminders of covenant. Heaven uses familiar symbols to speak reassurance to the chosen. Every time it appears, it whispers, "Stay steady, you are aligned." Sometimes, the code is not in numbers, but in rhythm. You'll feel cycles, seasons, that repeat until you master the lesson. Patterns in relationships, emotions, or challenges might keep returning. Heaven repeats circumstances, not to punish, but to prepare. The test reappears until the truth becomes part of you. When you begin to understand these divine codes, fear fades. You realize that nothing is random, not even the delays. Every repetition is rehearsal for revelation. God never stutters, He strengthens. He keeps speaking the same word because it is the cornerstone of your next building. Once you receive it, the pattern will shift, and a new one will begin. Chosen one. Take heart. You are not missing the signs. You are awakening to them. Heaven is proud of your awareness, and of your willingness to listen, even when the world mocks such sensitivity. You are part of a prophetic generation that sees what others ignore. You are living proof that heaven still speaks to those who stay still enough to hear. So the next time the pattern appears, pause and whisper, "I see you, Lord." That simple recognition draws heaven closer. Awareness is worship. The more you acknowledge the signs, the more clearly they appear. Heaven rewards perception with precision. Chosen one. The repetition in your life right now is not random. It is revelation wearing a disguise. The numbers, the dreams, the alignments, the déjà vu moments, all of them are heaven's handwriting across your timeline. When you notice them, you are reading prophecy. The codes are reminders that your steps are ordered, your seasons orchestrated, your outcome already sealed. And now, if this message has touched something deep inside you, if you have felt those divine repetitions and know heaven has been speaking in patterns, then type below the number 8,888. Let that number be your declaration that you are ready to understand heaven's language of confirmation. The number itself is symbolic: new beginnings, divine cycles, infinite alignment. It is heaven's way of saying, the promise is renewing. End of quote. When you comment, you're not chasing signs, you're acknowledging them. You're saying, I hear you. Lord, I see your hand in the patterns. I am ready for what's next. End of quote. Chosen one. You are not lost. You are aligned. Every repetition is a reminder. Heaven still speaks. Heaven still guides. And heaven still confirms. Chosen one. There is a sacred restraint that heaven places upon those who are truly called. You have felt it, the invisible boundary that keeps you from moving when others rush. The divine hand that closes your mouth when you long to speak. The holy hesitation that stops you from stepping forward even when opportunity seems obvious. This restraint is not rejection, it is refinement. Heaven's love sometimes looks like limitation. You are being trained in the art of divine timing and sacred restraint. Not every open door is meant to be entered, and not every invitation is heaven sent. The restraint you feel is God's way of saving you from movements that could damage what He's building within you. You are not being punished for your passion. You are being taught precision. Chosen one. Restraint is a higher form of power. The world teaches that power means freedom to do whatever you want. Heaven teaches that true power is the ability to do what is right, even when everything inside you wants to move. Otherwise, sacred restraint is the muscle of maturity. It's what separates the called from the chosen, the anointed from the impulsive. There is beauty in stillness, but even greater beauty in self-control. Heaven cannot trust a vessel that leaks through impatience. So, it keeps you under discipline, allowing silence, delays, and discomfort to teach you the wisdom of waiting. This is not about suppression, it's about synchronization. God is aligning your rhythm with His, teaching you to flow with purpose instead of emotion. The process may feel frustrating. You see others running ahead, taking risks, speaking loudly, living freely. You, however, are held in divine quiet. You are not free to move how you wish or speak what you know. Heaven has set boundaries around your destiny because what you carry is weighty. The anointing upon you is sacred cargo, and heaven will not let it spill before its appointed time. There are moments when your spirit burns with revelation, and you long to share it, to announce what you see. But the Spirit whispers, "Not yet." The same God who gives vision also controls revelation. He guards timing like a fortress. Prophecy released too soon becomes confusion. Destiny unveiled too early invites attack. So heaven teaches restraint not to silence you, but to secure you. We find wisdom in the book of Proverbs, chapter 25, verse 11. A word fitly spoken is like apples of gold in settings of silver. And notice it says, fitly spoken, meaning the right word at the right time. Even truth, if spoken out of season, loses its power. Heaven's restraint ensures that when you speak, your words pierce darkness instead of merely stirring noise. Chosen one. This restraint also reaches deeper than speech. It governs your relationships, your ambitions, your desire. There are people you could connect with, but heaven won't let you. There are places you could go, but heaven keeps blocking your path. You may not understand it now, but this protection is priceless. Some alliances would have diluted your calling. Some doors would have led you away from your crown. The restraint is evidence of ownership. You are not your own. You have been bought with purpose. Those who belong to heaven cannot live like those who live for themselves. This kind of restraint is not about restriction, it is about royalty. Kings and queens do not roam freely, they move with ceremony. You are part of heaven's royal line, and your restraint is your robe of honor. Chosen one. There will be times when you ache for release. You will say, Lord, why am I held back while others move? The answer is simple: because you are not building something temporary. You are being prepared for eternal impact. The walls around you are not prison bars. They are scaffolding for something magnificent. The taller the structure, the longer the scaffolding must remain. Heaven keeps you surrounded until you are stable enough to stand in full light. Do not despise this holy restraint. Every time you choose obedience over impulse, heaven rejoices. Every moment you hold your tongue instead of defending yourself, angels record it as worship. Every silent surrender is a seed of strength being planted in your soul. You are learning the rare grace of being still in spirit while burning with purpose within. This restraint will one day become your authority. Those who master silence carry weight when they finally speak. Those who submit to timing move with power when released. Heaven trains generals in hidden places so they can command with wisdom when visible. You are in that training now. Sacred restraint is also a sign of deep trust. God restrains those He intends to release greatly. The more powerful the calling, the tighter the preparation. Every divine delay, every withheld opportunity, every no you have received was heaven's way of refining your discernment. You are learning that not every good thing is a God thing, and not every now is a divine now. Chosen one. Your obedience in restraint is more powerful than you realize. While others chase movement, you are mastering maturity. Heaven cannot trust speed without surrender. Soon, when permission comes, you will move without hesitation because you will know the difference between impulse and instruction. So breathe in this moment of stillness. Feel heaven's hand holding you steady. You are not trapped, you are trusted. The restraint that frustrates you now will one day define your strength. When you finally step into your release, you'll realize that what kept you still was actually what kept you safe. Chosen one. You are standing on the threshold of revelation. Everything in your spirit senses it, the trembling in the air, the quiet pull within, the feeling that something holy is about to unfold. You have waited long, endured silence, carried weight beyond words, and now heaven is beginning to stir. You are moments away from the signal that changes everything. Thresholds are holy places. They are the narrow strip between not yet and now. In the natural, they look like pause. In the spirit, They are vibration. It is here that heaven tests posture before granting permission. You may feel suspended, like time has slowed. But this is heaven's final calibration. Every detail, every connection, every heartbeat is aligning with purpose. Chosen one. This is where faith must become stillness, and stillness must become sight. The next sign won't be noise, it will be knowing. Heaven speaks through recognition. When the moment comes, your spirit will say, "This is it." It will not require striving or chasing. It will be peace that arrives like sunrise. Quiet, yet undeniable. Imagine a seed beneath the soil. For months, it sits in darkness, unseen and untouched. Then one morning, the earth around it loosens. Warmth seeps in. Light filters through the cracks. And the seed feels something it has never felt before, the urge to rise. That is where you are. The soil of waiting is beginning to break. The urge to move. The sense of readiness that is the threshold of revelation. But be gentle with yourself here. The threshold is delicate. One wrong move can bruise the promise. Heaven calls for sensitivity, for reverence, for surrender. This is not a time for haste, but for holy awareness. The light is near. Let your eyes adjust before you run. You might not see open doors yet, but you will notice the air changing. Conversations begin to carry confirmation. Situations that once resisted, you start to soften. People who doubted you begin to notice your glow. It is heaven rearranging perception. God never reveals purpose without first shifting perspective. The threshold also brings a spiritual tremor. You might feel both excitement and fear, anticipation and exhaustion. That's normal. Every birth comes with both joy and pain. The contractions you feel in your spirit are heaven pushing destiny through you. You are crossing from formation to fulfillment. It is written in the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the vision is yet for an appointed time, though it tarry. Wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not delay." Of flock, chosen one. The appointed time is near. Heaven's calendar has reached your line. The waiting has not been wasted. It has been woven into timing. What once felt like delay was divine choreography, ensuring that when you move, every detail aligns perfectly. Now, I want you to take a breath and let this truth settle. The signal will come when you are still enough to sense it. That is why this season feels so quiet. It's the silence before the sound. Heaven is testing your readiness through restraint. Only those who have mastered patience can hear the subtle whisper that says, "Now." End of second. When that moment comes, it will feel effortless. What once resisted you will welcome you. Doors will swing open with no explanation. Because heaven's favor doesn't knock, it enters. All that is required of you now is awareness and gratitude. Keep your heart pure, your mind calm, and your spirit alert. And if these words are speaking to your heart, if you feel the tremble of revelation in your spirit, then I ask something simple, something sacred. Help keep this river flowing. When you like, share, or subscribe, you are not merely engaging, you are expanding the reach of heaven's voice. Click. Each share is like tossing a stone into still water. The ripples reach farther than you realize. You might think your action is small, but small streams form great rivers. There are people drifting through digital deserts, scrolling through hopelessness, waiting for a word like this to remind them that heaven still sees them. Your one act of sharing might be the bridge that carries that word into their wilderness. And if your heart feels led to give to, pour back into what has poured into, you know that it is not payment, it is participation. It is like tending a candle that has guided you through darkness, so it can continue burning for others. Every seed of generosity sustains the light that reaches souls across the world. Think of it this way: each message is a lantern hung in the fog. Your support adds oil to its flame. Together, we make sure that no chosen soul walks alone in the night. Chosen one. The threshold you stand on is sacred. You are not here by coincidence. You are here by divine orchestration. Heaven has guided you through silence, guarded you through storms, and now brings you to this edge of unveiling. The next step will not require effort, it will require obedience. The same stillness that preserved you will now propel you. Stay calm, stay tuned, stay faithful. The signal will come like dawn quiet, gentle, unstoppable, and when it does, you'll realize that every delay, every tear, every waiting hour was heaven preparing you for the perfect second. You are standing on the border of breakthrough. The next breath could be your signal. Listen, heaven is almost ready to say, "Go." Oh, chosen one. This is the final test of silence, the kind that reaches deep into your bones, where even your prayers begin to sound like echoes. You've been here before, between what God promised and what God permits. Everything around you is still, yet something in your spirit keeps whispering, "Hold on." You don't see movement. You don't feel confirmation, but you sense heaven watching. That's because you are being measured not by what you do, but by what you refuse to abandon. This test is not about patience alone, it's about trust under pressure. Heaven already knows your potential. Now it wants to see your perseverance. It's one thing to wait with joy when the promise feels close. It's another to remain steadfast when everything looks distant. This silence is the furnace where faith is refined until it no longer depends on reassurance. Chosen one. You are not being ignored. You are being observed. The teacher has not left the room. The teacher is simply silent during the exam. Every time you choose to believe without hearing, you prove that your faith is rooted, not rented. You are passing the test not through action, but through stillness. The silence is heaven's way of seeing what you'll do with what you already know. Remember, the Father never wastes silence. When He hides His voice, He is strengthening your vision. You are learning to recognize His presence, even when the sound fades. This is maturity, the kind of faith that doesn't panic in the dark because it remembers the light. The silence is not punishment, it's permission to deepen. Heaven is teaching you something few can bear: how to rest when everything inside you wants to run, how to hold peace when answers delay, how to keep walking when there's no visible sign of the path ahead. You are becoming unshakable, not because life grew easy, but because you grew anchored. Chosen one. This final test feels lonely because the crowd has thinned. Those who began the journey with you could not handle the quiet. They needed noise, constant scenes, constant stimulation. But you, heaven, chose you to walk deeper, to learn what it means to commune in silence. You are not just being prepared for blessing, you are being prepared for authority. Only those who can rule their spirit in silence can carry power without pride. There's something holy about this stillness. Heaven is studying how you handle unanswered questions. Will you grow bitter or better? Will you interpret silence as distance or as divine intimacy? God is watching not because he doubts you, but because he delights in your endurance. The moment you prove that your faith can thrive without fuel, the silence will break. We are reminded through the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life, which the Lord has promised to those who love him. This is the promise that rests upon your stillness. You are not losing time, you are earning a crown. The silence is a refining process that polishes your obedience until it shines like gold. Heaven crowns those who endure, not those who escape. Chosen one. Understand this. Every great destiny ends with a silence before its manifestation. Before Jesus resurrected, there was a sealed tomb. Before Joseph ruled Egypt, there was a prison without promise. Before the rain fell for Noah, there was a sky that mocked his faith. Silence is always the last stage before sound. The darker the quiet, the closer the dawn. You are in that final night before the light breaks through. Heaven has stopped speaking audibly because your spirit already knows what to do. The instruction is written within you now. You no longer need reminders. You need readiness. The silence is no longer test. It's transition. Chosen one. This is the season where your posture matters more than your progress. Keep your heart soft, your mind peaceful, your hands open. Heaven resists the frantic, but rests on the faithful. The still ones are the strong ones. The noise will return soon. But right now, silence is your sanctuary. Let it shape you, not scare you. Many can worship when the fire falls, but few can worship when heaven is quiet. Yet this is where the deepest intimacy forms. When you can sit in the presence of God and say nothing, when you can breathe and know that he is near without proof that is worship in its purest form. Chosen one. There will be a moment soon when heaven breathes again, and the stillness will shift into sound. You'll feel it first, a warmth in your chest, a whisper in your thoughts, a sense of movement all around, and you will realize the silence was never empty. It was gathering strength. Everything you've endured, every unanswered prayer, every long night will suddenly make sense. The test of silence will end not with explanation, but with manifestation. God doesn't owe you reasons. He gives you results. Until then, hold steady. This quiet is not forever. You are almost at the moment when the voice returns, when the signal resounds, when the gates of heaven open again. And if these words resonate with your spirit, if you feel that deep, steady faith growing even in silence, then type below, "Still I wait." Those three words are not weakness, they are power. They are the declaration of a soul that refuses to break. They tell heaven, "I trust you even when I can't hear you." They tell darkness, "You will not shake me." Chosen one. You are passing the final test. The silence is almost over. Hold your peace. Heaven is about to speak again. Chosen one. What you carry is sacred, and heaven will not allow you to handle it lightly. You have been through the silence, the testing, the refining, and now heaven's focus turns to purity of purpose. Before the next instruction is given, the heart must be cleansed of mixture. Destiny cannot dwell in divided motives. This is why the last stretch of waiting feels so uncomfortable, because heaven is purifying you from every hidden intention that could corrupt what's coming. You see, purpose begins as a promise, but it is purified through process. God does not entrust divine power to unpurified hearts. The gifts He gives are not ornaments, they are instruments of transformation. You were not chosen just to shine, you were chosen to serve. And service without purity becomes manipulation. That is what heaven is removing from you now, every trace of ego, disguised as purpose. Chosen one. There is something deeply sacred about the cleansing of motives. It happens quietly, like rainfall, washing dust from leaves. The Spirit brings light to corners of your soul you had forgotten. You begin to see pride where you thought there was passion, fear where you assumed there was faith, control where you believed there was calling. Heaven exposes these things not to shame you, but to set you free. Only the clean can carry clarity. There is a holy stripping that comes before every release. It feels like loss, but it's really purification. God takes back everything you began to worship, subconsciously, your plans, your ambitions, even your identity tied to what you do. He reduces you until all that remains is what's real. When you can finally say, "If all I have is you, I still have enough," heaven declares, "Now you're ready." The prophet wrote in the book of Malachi, chapter 3, verse 3, "He will sit as a refiner and purifier of silver. He will purify the Levites and refine them like gold and silver." I, chosen one. You are in that fire not to be destroyed, but to be defined. The heat you feel is not wrath, it's refinement. The silver does not fight the flame because it knows the fire cannot consume it. It only removes what doesn't belong. The same is true for you. Heaven's fire is not punishment. It's proof that you are precious enough to polish. Many want to be anointed, but few are willing to be refined. Refinement is the private price of public power. It's the process where God melts away every trace of dependence on approval, applause, or outcome. You are being purified to act not for recognition, but for obedience. The purer the motive, the clearer the message. Chosen one. There's another layer to this cleansing. It's relational. Heaven will purify your circle as well. You'll notice some people quietly slipping away. Conversations lose resonance. Connections fade. And you wonder why. It's not betrayal, it's filtration. The next phase of your assignment requires purity in every partnership. God is protecting your purpose from contamination disguised as companionship. Not everyone who celebrated your promise can handle your purity. This separation may hurt, but it is holy. Every soul that remains after the fire is one who was meant to walk with you into fulfillment. Those who leave were meant to be lessons, not lifetimes. The fire reveals loyalty. It burns away convenience. Chosen one. The refining also reaches your inner dialogue. Heaven is cleansing your thoughts. You can no longer afford to speak like a victim when you've been crowned as a vessel. Words are spiritual containers. The purified speak life even when surrounded by loss. You are being trained to bless in the midst of battle, to speak order over chaos, to declare peace where fear once lived. The purity heaven seeks is not about perfection, it's about alignment. Purity is when your will and God's will become one movement. When you no longer wrestle against His way, but flow with it effortlessly. The more you surrender, the more transparent you become, and the easier heaven can flow through you. The clearest glass reflects the truest light. Chosen one. What God is doing in you right now is irreversible. Once purity takes root, corruption cannot return without permission. This transformation may feel isolating because the deeper God refines you, the fewer people can relate. But remember, diamonds form in isolation, and their brilliance is born of pressure. You may wonder why heaven insists on such depth of purification. The answer is simple. Your influence will carry weight, and weight requires integrity. Every hidden motive left unchecked would one day become a crack in the foundation. So God heals them now, privately, so that when you stand publicly, you will not fall. The invisible correction you accept today becomes the visible strength you will walk in tomorrow. Chosen one, do not rush this stage. Let the fire finish its work. The silence you feel now is the refiner at his most focused. Heaven does not shout during surgery. Every detail of your character, every layer of your spirit, is being delicately adjusted. When the refiner sees his reflection clearly in you, he will stop the flame. And when you emerge from this process, your presence will carry peace, your words will carry weight, and your obedience will carry power. Purity will no longer be something you strive for. It will be the atmosphere you walk in. You are almost ready. Heaven's hand is polishing the final details. When this purification is complete, your next movement will not just change your life, it will shift the lives of those assigned to your voice. Chosen one, endure the fire with reverence. What burns now will shine later. Heaven is not finished, it's perfecting. And when perfection meets purpose, glory is revealed. Chosen one, the air around you is different now. You can feel it. The stillness is not empty anymore. It hums with quiet authority. Something has shifted in the unseen. The refining has done its work. And heaven is beginning to reintroduce you to the world, not as who you were, but as who you have become. The hidden years have transformed you into something unrecognizable to your old self. You are no longer waiting for validation. You are the validation. The fire has purified your motives, and the silence has trained your hearing. What was once confusion has become clarity. This new season is not about proving yourself, it's about walking in what has already been proven in private. You no longer need to announce your growth. Your presence will declare it for you. Heaven doesn't graduate the chosen with applause, it crowns them with peace. The same stillness that once frustrated you now becomes your signature, where others strive to be seen. You will carry calm authority that speaks louder than noise. Chosen one, you have entered the realm of quiet power. This is where influence flows not from effort, but from alignment. You don't push doors open anymore. They open on their own because heaven has already sent your name ahead of you. What felt like delay was actually divine marketing. The very places that once rejected you will now request you, not because you changed your strategy, but because heaven changed their perception. You must learn to move differently here. Before, you reacted. Now, you respond. Before, you spoke to be heard. Now, you speak only when heaven breathes through you. Every word, every step, every gesture must flow from discernment. Heaven will not shout anymore, it will whisper, and you must stay tuned to the frequency of peace. That is how the chosen move with precision, not banits. This is the season where you will begin to notice how your environment reacts to you. People will either feel peace or agitation in your presence because your spirit now carries distinction. Light exposes, it does not need to explain. Some will be drawn to you without knowing why. Others will pull away, sensing a conviction they are not ready for. Don't take either personally. Heaven's mark on you divides the authentic from the artificial. The same light that guides the humble blinds the proud. Chosen one. Understand this. After refinement comes revelation, but revelation brings responsibility. You are no longer just a receiver, you are a carrier. The oil that now rests upon you is not for personal comfort, but for kingdom impact. It is weighty because it's meant to heal, deliver, and awaken others. Heaven doesn't anoint for admiration, it anoints for assignment. You are being commissioned into a role that requires both tenderness and authority. We are reminded through the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "Let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father in heaven." This light you now carry is not for spotlight, it's for illumination. You are called to reflect, not to compete. When people see your transformation, they will not praise you. They will sense the presence of the one who transformed you. That is how heaven works. Quiet miracles that speak volumes without noise. Chosen one. You are now in the stage of divine unveiling. Heaven reveals slowly, layer by layer, so you will not mistake grace for achievement. The unveiling will not be loud or sudden, it will unfold like dawn. One door here, one favor there, one divine connection after another. The light will grow until the horizon of your destiny is clear, and through it all, you must remain anchored in humility. The same humility that kept you hidden will now keep you grounded in glory. There is a weight that comes with visibility, a subtle temptation to return, to striving to believe you must maintain the movement heaven began. Resist it. The same grace that started this work will sustain it. You do not need to perform for what was given freely. Heaven is not asking for perfection, it is asking for presence. Stay near the source, and the flow will never cease. Chosen one. This new phase will also require stronger discernment. Not every opportunity is divine. Some are distractions disguised as blessings. The enemy cannot steal your destiny, so he will attempt to dilute it. You must ask heaven for the wisdom to know when to say yes and when to stay still. Power without purity invites danger. Influence without intimacy invites deception. The oil you carry must remain undefiled. You are also entering a season of divine recognition. People will begin to sense that you carry something sacred. Invitations will come. Platforms will appear. But you must remember, visibility is not validation. You were already chosen before anyone noticed. Let the attention roll off you, like rain off glass. Gratitude keeps your heart soft. Humility keeps your spirit safe. Chosen one. You are walking proof that heaven's delays are never denials. The crushing was worth it. The silence was necessary. The pruning was mercy. Now the fragrance of your obedience rises like incense before the throne. You carry peace that others cannot counterfeit. When you walk into rooms, atmosphere will shift, not because of who you are, but because of who walks with you. This unveiling is not the end, it's the beginning of a greater trust. Heaven will test your ability to shine without pride, to lead without losing your tenderness. Every miracle that flows from you will be a reminder of the refining fire that forged you. Every open door will be a testimony of the patience that prepared you. So walk softly, chosen one. You are no longer hidden, but you are still held. The world will see your light, but heaven will keep your heart. You are now the living proof that silence births strength, that waiting breeds wisdom, and that obedience always leads to revelation. The unveiling has begun. Step forward in grace. The next move is already written. Chosen one. The rhythm of heaven is quickening. What once felt distant is drawing close. What once seemed delayed is now aligning in silence. You can feel it. Something is different in the air around you. There is a pull in your spirit, a stirring you can't quite describe. It's the feeling of divine acceleration. You're stepping into a moment when time itself begins to bend in your favor. The slow years are about to make sense in a single season. Acceleration is not chaos, it's concentrated purpose. It's when heaven condenses years of preparation into days of manifestation. What others took decades to build, you will see unfold swiftly because you paid the price in private. You waited when others rushed. You obeyed when others doubted. And now, heaven is redeeming time. Every delay you endured is about to turn into divine efficiency. Chosen one. This is what happens when obedience meets divine timing. The atmosphere responds. The invisible clock of your destiny begins to tick faster. The same days that once felt repetitive suddenly overflow with movement. New opportunities emerge. Relationships align. Doors open as if drawn toward you by unseen magnets. That's not luck. It's prophecy fulfilled through patience. But remember this truth. Acceleration demands awareness. When heaven begins to move quickly, you cannot afford to drift. Divine acceleration requires spiritual alertness. You must learn to walk with precision, to move with grace, and to pause only when the Spirit says, wait. The same hand that speeds your steps can also slow them for your protection. Acceleration is not about chasing, it's about catching the wind of God. Picture a sailboat on still waters. The sailor cannot create wind, but when the wind comes, he must adjust his sail to catch it. That is what heaven is asking of you. Now, raise your sail. Stay sensitive. The wind of movement is here, and those who are alert will ride it with ease. Those who hesitate will watch it pass. The ancient words recorded in the book of Amos, chapter 9, verse 13, declare, "The days are coming, says the Lord, when the plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes, him who sows seed." End of very. This is what divine acceleration looks like. Harvest overtaking the planting. You will begin to see prayers answered before you finish speaking them. You will witness restoration so swift that it feels like years are folding into moments. Heaven calls it redeemed time. Chosen one. Do not fear the speed of this season. It may feel overwhelming at first. But remember, you were prepared for this pace. The years that seemed still were actually training your reflexes. Heaven had to teach you how to move without panic, how to respond without hesitation. You have learned the rhythm of restraint. And now, heaven can trust you with release. The acceleration is not random, it follows readiness. Heaven never moves faster than your maturity. That's why the tests came, why the silence stretched, why the refining burned. All of it was building capacity. You can now handle what once would have crushed you. You are stable enough to move swiftly without losing balance. Chosen one. As acceleration begins, discernment becomes crucial. Not every open door is divine. Some are distractions dressed as destiny. The enemy knows the pace has increased, and he will attempt to plant counterfeit opportunities in your path. They will look perfect, logical, even urgent, but they will lack peace. You must measure everything by peace, not pressure. If it demands panic, it's not prophetic. Acceleration will also bring visibility. Heaven is positioning you in places where your light can no longer be hidden. You will find yourself speaking, writing, creating, leading, doing things you once only dreamed of. But remember, acceleration is not exaltation. This is not about fame, it's about function. Heaven accelerates those who can carry influence without losing intimacy. The temptation in this season will be to mistake motion for meaning. Many will start running, but not all will arrive where heaven is sending them. Do not chase opportunities, chase obedience. The wind of acceleration will carry you farther than effort ever could. All you must do is stay aligned. Chosen one. When heaven moves swiftly, your emotions must remain slow. Do not rush your heart while your purpose accelerates. Stay grounded in gratitude, anchored in prayer, and clothed in humility. Acceleration without grounding becomes destruction. Heaven is not trying to make you busy, it's trying to make you fruitful. You'll notice how suddenly peace follows you wherever you go. That's because the Spirit is now leading you, moment by moment. Divine acceleration is not about speed alone, it's about synchronization, your steps becoming one with heaven's beat. And when it feels like things are happening too fast, remember, this is what you prayed for. The waiting was never wasted. It was building your capacity for this very pace. The momentum you feel now is not random, it's reward. Heaven is saying, "You've been faithful in stillness, now I can trust you with speed." Now, so, walk boldly, but softly. Move quickly, but wisely. Speak little, but with weight. Heaven's acceleration carries both power and peace. And if this word has resonated with your spirit, if you can feel the shift of movement within and know that heaven has begun to accelerate your steps, then type below the number 3,333. That number is symbolic of divine movement and completion. It represents the alignment of heaven, earth, and spirit. By typing it, you're not summoning a sign, you're acknowledging one. You're saying, "I am in sync with heaven's timing. I am ready for the pace of purpose." Chosen one. The wind is rising. Lift your sail. The still waters are behind you now. The same God who made you wait is now making you move. Chosen one. You have reached the place where heaven begins to breathe through everything you do. You no longer strive to make things happen. Things begin to happen around you. You speak, and hearts soften. You move, and favor follows. What once felt impossible now unfolds naturally, as if the atmosphere itself recognizes your obedience. This is not coincidence. This is kingdom rhythm. You have become a vessel, and heaven has begun to flow freely through you. It's beautiful, but also sacred. The more freely the flow moves, the more humility it requires. For this is not your river, it is God's. You are the channel through which His living water runs. And every river, no matter how mighty, must remain connected to its source. The moment the connection is broken, the water stagnates. Chosen one. In this season of fruitfulness, never forget the well from which you drink. Stay close to the source. Every word you release, every act of kindness, every spark of inspiration must draw its power from intimacy with heaven. The more you pour out, the more you must return to refill. You cannot sustain divine work with human effort. You are not the power, you are the passage. The Spirit spoke through the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 5. I am the vine, you are the branches. If you remain in me, and I in you, you will bear much fruit. Apart from me, you can do nothing. And if this truth is your anchor in this flourishing season, you are bearing fruit now, but not by your strength. It's heaven's life moving through your surrender. The world will see the fruit, but heaven will see the root, the quiet hours of prayer, the silent moments of obedience, the unseen acts of worship. The root feeds the fruit. Keep that connection sacred. Chosen one, in this hour, your influence will expand beyond what you can measure. Your words, your presence, your peace, they will ripple outward like waves touching unseen shores. But with expansion comes responsibility. Heaven blesses not to inflate, but to invest. Every blessing you receive carries an instruction. Share it. Every door that opens for you is meant to open for others. You are not called to hoard light. You are called to multiply it. Think of your life like a candle in a dark cathedral. The flame you carry can light countless others without losing its own brilliance. One spark becomes hundreds, and soon the darkness that once seemed overwhelming becomes radiant. That's what these messages, these words, this mission are about: lighting candles, one soul at a time. And chosen one, if this flame has found you, if the light in these words has stirred your spirit, then help keep it burning. When you like, share, or subscribe, it is not just digital activity, it is divine participation. Every small act of engagement extends the reach of this light into another corner of the world. Somewhere, someone is scrolling through shadows, needing a voice to say, "You are still chosen." Your share might be the spark that finds them. When you comment or speak encouragement, you don't just respond, you join the flow. You become part of the movement of light. And if your heart ever feels led to give, to donate, to help sustain this river, know this: you are not giving to something, you are giving through something. You are fueling a mission that transcends screens, one that reaches unseen souls. Your generosity becomes the oil that keeps the lamps burning. Think of the old temple lamps in the book of Exodus. They had to be refilled daily with fresh oil, or the flame would fade. What we are doing here is no different. Every word written, every message spoken, is a flame meant to burn brightly across the night of this generation. Your support, your engagement, your kindness, your giving is the oil that keeps that flame alive. But remember this, chosen one, generosity is not about the size of the gift, it's about the sincerity of the heart. Heaven measures not by the amount given, but by the love poured into it. Even the smallest act, when done with genuine faith, echoes loudly in eternity. You are now walking in a sacred partnership with heaven. You've moved beyond waiting for miracles. You've become one. Every day you live surrendered. Heaven moves through you. Every word you release in faith becomes a seed that heaven waters. Every act of kindness becomes a sermon without words. This is what it means to walk as the chosen. Do not take it lightly. Stay humble. Stay hidden in the source. Stay aware that your light belongs to a greater flame. The moment pride whispers, "Look what you've built," remind yourself, "No. Look what heaven trusted me to carry." Alba, you are both vessel and voice, both light and listener. Heaven chose you not because you were perfect, but because you were willing, and now that willingness has become your witness, so keep the flame alive. Keep the river flowing. Stay near the source, and let heaven continue to move through you. The story is not over. It is only beginning to unfold. You are walking proof that obedience opens oceans. And as this message reaches your heart, pause and let gratitude rise within you. Every breath you take is evidence that God is still flowing through you. Every heartbeat is a reminder that heaven's light still burns in your chest. Chosen one. You are not just part of this story, you are one of its sparks. Together, we will keep the light burning until every shadow hears the truth. The chosen never walk alone. Chosen one. There is a sound rising in your spirit, a sound not made of words, but of awakening. You feel it when you breathe, when you walk, when you pray. It's as if something within you has begun to hum in harmony with heaven. That vibration is purpose, awakening fully inside of you. The refining is complete. The season of silence has done its work. Now, heaven begins to play your life like a melody that has been waiting to be heard. What you are sensing right now is not imagination, it is activation. The promises that once felt dormant are being stirred. The anointing that lay hidden is stretching, testing its strength. This is the moment when everything heaven planted in you begins to bloom. You are not becoming someone new. You are remembering who you've always been. Chosen one. You have carried this seed for so long. The pain you endured, the tears you shed, the waiting that felt endless, all of it watered the soil of your destiny. Now the roots have broken through the dark, and the first shoots of manifestation are rising. What you feel pressing against your spirit is the weight of fulfillment. This is not a test anymore. This is transition. Heaven is no longer whispering, "Wait." It's now saying, "Walk." The instructions you need have already been placed in your heart. The signs will follow your steps, not precede them. You must move now, not by fear, but by faith. The unknown you once feared has become sacred ground. You are no longer waiting for permission. You are the permission. The ancient words still echo from the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9. "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." This is your reminder. Courage is the language of obedience. Heaven has not called you to comfort, but to conquest. What stands before you is not an obstacle, it's an opportunity wearing armor. The walls you see are not barriers, they are invitations to prove your faith. Chosen one. You must not underestimate what heaven has placed within you. You've been trained for this moment in unseen ways. Every heartbreak strengthened your compassion. Every delay refined your discernment. Every closed door sharpened your direction. You are not stepping forward as a novice. You are stepping forward as a seasoned vessel, forged by silence and fire. Now, as you rise, the world around you will react. Some will see the light and draw near. Others will resist, unable to stand the reflection of what you carry. Do not waste energy explaining your elevation. Heaven does not justify promotion, it simply displays it. Those meant to walk with you will recognize the sound of your spirit and fall into step beside you. Chosen one. This is the season where movement is ministry. Every step you take becomes a sermon. Every action becomes an answer. Heaven will speak through your motion more than your words. You are not just called to proclaim the message, you are called to embody it. The Spirit of God is saying, go where peace pulls you. That tug you feel, that sense of alignment, that holy discomfort pushing you forward, that is heaven's hand. Follow it. The steps may seem small at first, but small obedience creates massive shifts. Do not despise humble beginnings. The greatest miracles are often hidden behind the smallest movements. Chosen one. As you step out, you will feel the resistance of fear. Try to whisper again. But fear is not your enemy. It is simply proof that the territory you're entering matters. The enemy does not guard what has no value. Every ounce of opposition you feel is confirmation that you are crossing into holy ground. Keep moving. The trembling you feel is not weakness. It's the shaking of chains breaking loose. You are no longer the one who waits. You are the one who walks. The season of preparation has become the season of participation. Heaven has shifted from building you to building through you. The light that once flickered quietly in your heart is now bursting forth like sunrise. The world around you will begin to see the evidence of what heaven has been shaping all along. Chosen one. This is not the end, it's the ignition. You are entering a cycle of divine movement, where everything you touch will carry transformation. Your words will heal. Your presence will realign atmospheres. Your obedience will unlock chains in others. You are walking proof that waiting was worth it. Now, let this truth settle deep within you. The signal is not coming, it already came. Heaven gave it the moment. Your heart said yes. You are the sound of divine timing fulfilled. The world has been waiting for your obedience to open the next wave of heaven's move. You do not need another confirmation. You are the confirmation. You do not need a louder voice. You are the voice heaven released for this hour. Stand tall. Speak truth. And walk forward. You are not stepping into uncertainty. You are stepping into prophecy. And if your heart knows this word is for you, if you can feel your spirit burning with that quiet yes, then type below, I am ready. On play. Those 3 words are not casual. They are covenant. They tell heaven, I will not shrink back. I will move now. I will obey. They are the signal that your waiting season has officially ended. Chosen one. Heaven is watching. The earth is listening. And destiny is unfolding. Step forward. You were born for this moment. Chosen one. Movement has begun, but not all movement is visible. You must understand that before heaven manifests outwardly, it first stabilizes inwardly. The greatest shifts are never seen with the eyes. They are felt in the spirit. You are now walking through a phase of internal realignment, where heaven adjusts your emotions, your motives, and your mindset to match the magnitude of what's next. The stillness you feel again is not regression, it's recalibration. Every great move of God is followed by a moment of divine silence, not to slow you down, but to let your spirit catch up with what has already been released. The acceleration of the last season required endurance. This one will require depth. You are not climbing higher, you are being rooted deeper. Chosen one. You have entered the stage where maturity replaces momentum. Heaven is not impressed by speed. It is invested in stability. The blessing of this phase is balance. the quiet wisdom that keeps you steady even when opportunities multiply. Heaven is teaching you how to walk through increase without losing intimacy. You are being taught how to expand while remaining anchored. You have seen how quickly influence can rise. You've watched others soar fast, but fade even faster because their roots were shallow. But you, chosen one, you will not wither under weight, because your roots have grown through pain, through patience, through pressure. What you endured in silence became your foundation. Now heaven can build something lasting upon it. In this stage, God is no longer testing your obedience, He's testing your stewardship. How will you manage what has been given? Will you protect the purity of the oil or trade it for validation? Will you nurture the small beginnings with reverence, or rush to prove your significance? The real evidence of transformation is not in what you start, it's in what you sustain. We are reminded through the book of Colossians, chapter 2, verse 7. Let your roots grow down into Him, and let your lives be built on Him. Then your faith will grow strong in the truth you were taught, and you will overflow with thankfulness. Oh, that's heaven's blueprint for this moment. Growth downward before growth upward. Stability before expansion. Roots before fruit. Every true calling follows that pattern. God deepens before He displays. Chosen one. As heaven stabilizes you. You'll notice certain things slowing again. The invitations might lessen. The noise might quiet. The activity may pause. Don't panic. This isn't a setback. It's strategic. You are being hidden again, not because you failed, but because what's next demands focus. You are being taught to live above rhythm, to move by revelation rather than reaction. Heaven hides those it intends to use deeply. Every pause has a purpose. Just as a musician rests between notes to create beauty, heaven creates pauses in your journey to maintain harmony. Without those rests, your melody would become noise. You are being orchestrated, not overlooked. Chosen one. The quieter this phase becomes, the clearer your inner voice will grow. You will begin to hear instructions for the next wave ideas, strategies, divine insights. Heaven is giving you blueprints, not bursts. You are being taught to build, not just believe. Faith brought you here. Structure will carry you forward. This stage is also one of spiritual maintenance. Just as a warrior sharpens his sword between battles, you are called to sharpen your discernment, to rest, to pray, to renew. Heaven does not send tired vessels into fresh wars. The stillness you feel now is rest disguised as routine. Don't despise it, use it. You may notice your prayer life shifting. It won't always be loud or intense. Sometimes it will be as simple as sitting in quiet awareness. The relationship you share with heaven is maturing. You're learning that constant words are not proof of connection. True intimacy thrives in silence too. The presence you sense now is no longer external, it's within you. Heaven has moved from visitation to habitation. Chosen one. This deepening phase will also clarify your relationships. Some who walked with you through the wilderness will not understand this calm. They thrive in chaos and mistake peace for passivity. Do not chase their approval. You are entering a level of serenity that only those anchored in spirit can recognize. The fewer voices you hear, the more clearly you will discern heaven's whisper. This is the phase where identity solidifies. You no longer introduce yourself by your pain or your potential. You simply are. The title, the calling, the gift, the journey all merge into harmony. You stop striving to become and begin living as being. That's maturity. Heaven is no longer developing your calling, it's dwelling within it. Chosen one. Let this truth sink deep. Stability is supernatural. In a world that glorifies motion, standing firm is a miracle. The peace you carry is not the absence of battle, it's the presence of confidence. You no longer react to storms because you've learned that storms serve you. They water your roots. Heaven is bringing you into balance, spirit and body, passion and patience, faith and wisdom, all harmonized under divine rhythm. You will move again soon. But this pause is sacred. It's heaven tuning you to its frequency. When the next signal comes, you will move, not as one striving for destiny, but as one synchronized with it. Chosen one. This is what maturity feels like: quiet strength, calm assurance, steady joy. You are no longer chasing signs, you are living as one. The waiting, the pressing, the silence, it all led here. A place where you no longer fear stillness because you've learned that stillness is strength. The roots are deep, the structure is strong, the storm may come again. But now you will not bend, you will bloom through it. Chosen one. The horizon before you is wide and radiant, yet the path remains narrow, intentionally so. Heaven does not expand without precision. The closer you move toward fulfillment, the more focused the journey becomes. You are no longer in a season of wandering, but in a season of walking with purpose. Every step now carries eternal weight. Every decision echoes beyond time. This is the corridor of completion, the sacred space between promise and manifestation. The world will soon see what heaven has been shaping in secret. But before the unveiling comes, the settling, heaven is anchoring your spirit in peace so that glory will not shake you. The next movement of your life will not be random, it will be prophetic choreography, where every detail is arranged by divine intent. You are entering a realm where coincidence no longer exists. Everything, even the smallest moment, will serve the greater plan. Chosen one. It is crucial that you understand this. Fulfillment is not the end of the journey, it is the expansion of it. Many reach their breakthrough and mistake it for completion. But heaven's plans unfold like circles, not lines. Every victory is a beginning in disguise. You are stepping into harvest. Yes, but harvest is not rest, it is responsibility. The same fields that yield fruit must be cultivated again for future seasons. Heaven has entrusted you with revelation, and revelation always demands stewardship. The truths you carry are not ornaments to display, they are seeds to plant. The oil on your life is not just for your comfort, it's for the healing of others. That is the essence of divine maturity, realizing that the gifts you received were never meant to end with you. You are now stepping into what heaven calls the stewardship stage. The silence trained your hearing, the fire purified your heart, and the waiting deepened your wisdom. Now, heaven watches to see how you handle what it has placed in your hands. Will you share the light or guard it selfishly? Will you lead with humility or rule with pride? Every chosen vessel faces this crossroads, the moment when glory tests character. We are reminded through the Gospel of Luke, chapter 12, verse 48. To whom much is given, much will be required. That verse is not a warning, it's an invitation. Heaven trusts you enough to require more from you. The greater the anointing, the greater the accountability. What once felt like limitation will now reveal itself as guidance. Every boundary heaven placed around you was preparation for leadership. You cannot lead others where you have not learned to stay grounded. Chosen one. As your influence increases, your solitude must also increase. The higher you rise, the thinner the air becomes. This is why eagles soar alone. Their altitude demands isolation. Do not mistake the thinning of your circle for loss. It is a mark of ascension. Heaven will not allow too many hands on what is holy. The fewer voices you entertain, the more clearly you will hear the one that matters. This phase will bring both honor and misunderstanding. Some will celebrate you. Others will question how you arrived so suddenly. But you will know the truth. It wasn't sudden at all. The years of silence, the nights of tears, the seasons of crushing, all built this foundation. You will not need to defend your destiny. Your endurance already has. Every scar you carry is evidence of authenticity. You will begin to see how all the pieces fit the pain, the pauses, the pruning. Heaven never wasted a single moment. Every delay positioned you. Every disappointment redirected you. Even the betrayals were blessings disguised as wounds. They were heaven's way of closing doors. You were too loyal to shut yourself. Now that you stand in clarity, your task is to remain consistent. Success is not sustained by passion, it is sustained by discipline. Heaven's favor may open doors, but only your character will keep them open. That is why humility must remain your crown. Every miracle you perform, every life you touch, every word you release must carry the fragrance of gratitude. Remember, you are not the source, you are the servant. Chosen one. This season will also reveal the weight of your words. Heaven has fine-tuned your voice. Now, it carries spiritual voltage. You must speak with caution, for your declarations will manifest swiftly. Do not use your tongue loosely. Use it like a sculptor's chisel. Every phrase shapes the reality around you. Speak life, not from emotion, but from revelation. Your authority is no longer borrowed. It has been birthed. You are now walking in what prophets call established favor. It is not dependent on circumstance. It's woven into your identity. You will notice that doors open naturally. People appear precisely when needed, and resources align before you ask. This is not ease. This is evidence that you are in sync with divine rhythm. However, with authority comes an unseen danger, fatigue of the soul. When influence increases, distractions multiply. The enemy can no longer destroy you through despair, so he will attempt to drain you through demand. Guard your rest fiercely. Rest is not laziness, it is loyalty to heaven's order. Even creation itself pauses 6 days of work. 1 day of stillness. You must honor the same rhythm or risk losing the clarity that birthed your success. Chosen one. Learn to withdraw into stillness regularly. The same silence that built you will sustain you. Let no applause replace intimacy. Let no opportunity replace obedience. Heaven is not impressed by motion. It is pleased by alignment. Every time you feel overwhelmed, retreat to the quiet place. The world will pull, but the Spirit will whisper, "Come away with me." That whisper is your compass. Follow it. In the days ahead, expect divine surprises, connections that seem too perfect to explain, timing that feels supernatural. provision that appears at the exact second of need. These are heaven's confirmations that you are walking correctly. But do not idolize the outcomes. The miracles are simply markers on the map. The destination remains relationship. The goal has never been success. It has always been oneness. Chosen one. The fullness you're entering is not about being seen. It's about being surrendered. You are stepping into legacy, not luxury. Heaven's reward is not applause but alignment. The true measure of greatness is not how high you rise, but how deeply you remain rooted in grace. So move quietly. Carry peace. And remember this truth. Manifestation is not the end of waiting, it is the beginning of stewardship. You are no longer simply chosen, you are trusted. The world will soon see the fruit, but heaven already sees the faith that bore it. Walk with reverence. Chosen one. You stand in fulfillment, yet the journey continues. The same God who guided you here will guide you further still. Chosen one. Fulfillment does not mean freedom from struggle, it means faithfulness within it. You are not being led into a world without resistance. You are being equipped to stand unshaken amid it. The higher you rise in calling, the more strategic the storms become. But this time, you will not respond as before. You have learned the difference between reaction and revelation. You now know that storms do not come to sink you. They come to showcase the strength heaven built within you. Every chosen vessel must walk through the tension of manifestation. The blessings you prayed for will arrive. Yes, but they will bring new responsibilities, new challenges, new opposition. Expansion always attracts resistance. Just as gravity increases with mass, spiritual pressure increases with impact. The weight of glory is real, but so is the grace to bear it. You will feel the stretching again. But now, it will no longer break you. It will build you. Chosen one. The closer you move toward completion, the subtler the warfare becomes. The enemy no longer attacks your faith. He attacks your focus. He knows he cannot steal your calling, so he tries to scatter your attention. He will send noise disguised as opportunity, distraction disguised as duty, and comfort disguised as peace. But you have learned the secret. Peace that comes from heaven never pulls you away from purpose. It anchors you within it. The weapon for this stage is discernment. You must guard your mind as fiercely as you guard your heart. Protect your thought life, for thoughts are gates. What you allow to linger will soon begin to lead. Every battle of destiny begins in the imagination. You are not just managing actions now, you are mastering atmosphere. Chosen one. You've been trained for this. The silence taught you sensitivity. The waiting taught you wisdom. And the refining taught you restraint. You now carry the ability to sense shifts before they happen. Heaven has trusted you with spiritual radar, awareness that warns before warfare begins. This is how the mature operate, not in reaction, but in readiness. There will be moments when weariness tries to whisper again, when you feel the weight of continual purpose pressing against your soul. But remember, even Jesus withdrew often to pray. Heaven does not require constant output, it requires constant connection. Rest is not a break from battle, it is a form of worship. You rest not because the mission is over, but because you trust that the one who called you continues working even while you breathe. We are reminded through the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 31. But those who wait on the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings like eagles. They shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint. And chosen one. This is your promise in pressure. Renewal is heaven's rhythm for the chosen. You will not burn out. You will burn bright. The energy you need for tomorrow will not come from sleep alone. It will flow from surrender. Every time you choose trust over tension, heaven replenishes your strength. The eagles soar not because they flap harder, but because they understand the wind. Likewise, you will learn to rest in divine currents instead of fighting them. In this stage, your assignment will begin to reproduce itself. The seeds you planted in silence will start bearing fruit in others. People will come to you for wisdom, for healing, for clarity. You will not need to advertise. Heaven will draw them. You will look at them and recognize your former self, the confused, the broken, the waiting, and your heart will move with compassion. That compassion is the echo of heaven's heart in yours. The chosen do not lead through superiority. They lead through service. But even in service, boundaries are sacred. Compassion must be guided by calling. Not every need is your assignment. You must learn when to pour and when to pause. Some will seek your oil but reject your obedience. You cannot sustain those who refuse to walk in truth. Heaven's power is not for performance, it's for transformation. Give where there is hunger, not where there is hype. Chosen one. You will also find that the deeper you walk with heaven, the simpler your desires become. The cravings for validation, the hunger for recognition, they begin to fade. You no longer need the world's applause to confirm what heaven has already affirmed. This simplicity is strength. It protects you from pride and keeps your heart clear. The pure in heart are not easily distracted. They are too in love with presence to chase platform. Your success will begin to surprise you, not because you did more, but because you worried less. Favor will follow peace. The more you surrender control, the more freely heaven will orchestrate. The miracles ahead will not come through striving, but through flow. You will begin to see the supernatural as natural, because what once felt rare will become your rhythm. Chosen one. The journey ahead will not be free of trial, but it will be filled with assurance. The pain that once paralyzed you will now propel you. You will look back on your history not with regret, but with reverence. Every scar will shine as proof that heaven's grace outlasts any storm. The same valleys that once buried you will now echo your victory. Do not fear the next challenge. It is not meant to test your faith. It is meant to expand your capacity. Every mountain is an invitation to rise. What once intimidated you will now inspire you. You've learned how to see obstacles differently, not as walls, but as staircases. What others call resistance, you will call refining. And when new battles come, and they will remember that you no longer fight for victory, you fight from it. The outcome was sealed long before the war began. The one who called you already scripted the ending. Your task is not to rewrite the story, but to keep reading in faith until the chapter turns. Chosen one. You will notice how peace remains even in conflict. That is the ultimate sign of maturity, not a life free from storms, but a heart unshaken within them. You've become like the tree planted by streams of living water. The winds may howl, but your roots do not move. Heaven's stability now lives inside you. The world will marvel at how you remain calm while everything shifts. They will ask how you keep smiling amid the storm. And you will know it's not because life is easy, but because heaven is near. That awareness will be your unbreakable strength. Chosen one. You are no longer learning faith, you are living it. You are no longer chasing promises, you are carrying them. The fire that once refined you now radiates through you. You are walking as light in a world desperate for direction. And as long as you stay connected to the source, nothing can extinguish that glow. So stand tall, breathe deeply, and face the horizon without fear. You are not the same person who began this journey. The silence made you strong. The storms made you wise. And the waiting made you unstoppable. You are the evidence that heaven's process always produces perfection in its time. Chosen one. You have come to the edge of what can be taught through words. Everything that needed to be spoken has already been planted within you. What began as divine whispers has become a living rhythm in your soul. You no longer wait for signs because you have become one. You no longer seek confirmation because your life itself is the confirmation. The journey has transformed you from seeker to steward, from listener to living message. This is what fulfillment truly looks like, not a grand arrival, but a quiet becoming. The world might not notice the shift immediately, but heaven already celebrates it. You have passed through the silence, the waiting, the pressure, and the refining fire, and through it all, your spirit remained unbroken. What you once called delay was really design. What felt like loss was preservation. Every unanswered prayer became the foundation of the strength you now carry. You've discovered that destiny is not a destination, it is a state of alignment. The chosen do not arrive, they awaken. You are living in that awakening now. The light that once felt distant has taken residence within you. You move not from ambition, but from assignment. You speak not to be heard, but to heal. You act not to impress, but to obey. Heaven's frequency has become your heartbeat. Chosen one. Look at what you've become, a vessel forged by stillness and sanctified by surrender. You walk through chaos untouched, because peace has become your armor. You stand in storms unshaken, because your roots drink from eternal waters. You speak with weight because your words are not drawn from emotion, but from revelation. The very things that once broke you now bow before you. There is a serenity that rests upon those who have endured the full process. It's not pride, it's perspective. You no longer question the why behind every delay. Because you've seen the wisdom that weaves them together. You no longer chase visibility, because you know that heaven's eyes never looked away. What you once feared losing, you now release freely. For you've learned that what's meant for you cannot be taken. Chosen one. This final phase is not about striving, but sustaining. You are entering a lifelong rhythm of rest and responsibility. Heaven will continue to move through you, but now the flow will feel effortless. You've learned the difference between control and cooperation. Your task is simple: stay soft enough for the spirit to move, and strong enough to stand when the world shifts. Every test you faced was not a trap, it was training. Every silence was not distance, it was discipline. Every closed door was not denial, it was redirection. The divine plan never failed you, it refined you. The same God who once whispered, "Wait," now says, "Well done." And though your journey continues, this chapter of transformation is complete. The word reminds us in the book of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6, "He who began a good work in you will carry it on to completion until the day of Christ Jesus." Completion. That is the essence of this moment. not perfection, but wholeness. Heaven finishes what it starts. You are walking evidence of that promise. What began in uncertainty has ended in understanding. You no longer need to chase purpose because you have become purposeful. You no longer search for signs because you live guided by peace. You no longer beg heaven to move because you've realized heaven has been moving through you all along. Chosen one. Your story will now serve as a light for others still in their waiting. You will speak, and they will recognize themselves in your words. You will walk into rooms, and people will feel peace without knowing why. That's how heaven uses its vessels, not as preachers of perfection, but as witnesses of grace. You are not called to impress the world. You are called to remind it that the divine still dwells among men. And remember, humility is your safeguard. Never let the applause of men drown the whisper of God. Every success must bend in worship. Every victory must return to the source. The chosen do not own glory, they reflect it. The crown you wear is not decoration, it is declaration. I belong to heaven, and heaven belongs in me. As you walk forward, life will continue to unfold with both beauty and battle. But now you know that neither defines you. You have learned to find peace in paradox, to see light in shadow, purpose in pain, and victory in stillness. That is the secret of the chosen. They are never shaken because they have already surrendered. You carry eternity within you now. The same voice that called you from chaos still guides your every breath. You will continue to grow, to pour, to serve, but you will do so with the ease of one who knows that nothing can separate them from divine favor. Heaven has written your name into its rhythm, and every step you take echoes its melody. Chosen one. The journey does not end here. It expands beyond words. The silence that once terrified you will now be your sanctuary. The waiting that once exhausted you will now become worship. The pain that once broke you will now become your pulpit. Everything has turned to purpose. So lift your head, breathe deeply, and walk on with peace. The sign you've been waiting for has already been sent. You were never stuck, you were being shaped. And now, shaped and shining, you walk as a living testimony of grace. The heavens watch, the earth waits, and destiny moves forward. You are no longer the one who wonders if heaven sees you. You are the proof that heaven never looked away. Chosen one. Take a deep breath. You've reached the end of this journey, but in truth, it's only the beginning of a new one. Every word, every silence, every image that has passed through your heart was not coincidence. Heaven arranged this encounter so that you would remember who you are, what you carry, and why you were chosen. You've walked through fire and found peace. You've waited through silence and found strength. You've faced uncertainty and discovered divine direction. That's what this journey was always meant to do, to remind you that destiny is not built in comfort, it is born in surrender. You are now walking proof that heaven finishes what it starts. As you stand here at the edge of this message, pause and feel the stillness inside you. That peace is not emptiness, it's confirmation. Heaven has done what it intended to do. You no longer need to chase clarity, you have become it. You no longer need to ask if you are ready, you already are. And now, chosen one, if these words have spoken to your soul, if something inside you stirred, if the Spirit whispered, "This was for me," then let that recognition become action. When you like, share, or subscribe, you're not just engaging with a post, You're expanding a message that has reached you for a reason. Every time you share light, you multiply it. Someone out there right now is scrolling through darkness, waiting for a single spark of hope. Your one click might be the moment that changes everything for them. When you comment, it's not just text, it's testimony. It tells heaven and earth, I heard, I received, I remember. Your words may become the lifeline someone else reads when they think they are alone. You've seen how heaven uses small things to move mountains. Let your response become one of those small, powerful things. And if your heart feels led to support, to give, or to simply speak life over this flow, do so with reverence. Every seed sown into light produces light in return. Every gesture of love keeps the oil flowing, ensuring that the flame of these messages never fades. Chosen one, thank you for listening, for enduring, for opening your heart to heaven's voice. What began as a message has now become a mantle resting upon you. Carry it with humility. Speak life wherever you go. Love deeply. Forgive quickly. And shine quietly. That is how the chosen walk. Heaven smiles on your obedience. The journey continues. But now you walk it with understanding. You are seen. You are sealed. And you are sent. If this word has met you at just the right moment, let it be known. Share it. Comment your reflection. Let heaven see that you are awake and ready. Until the next word, walk in peace. Live in purpose. And remember, you are God's chosen one.